Good evening, demons. Oh, how's everybody doing today? I'll be completely honest. I got maybe 4 hours sleep last night, and then I slept a bit during the day today, but I still feel like ass. However, because I'm going away this weekend, I realized if I push off today's stream, either this or Kingdom Hearts will get pushed to next week, and I don't want to do that. It sounds sleepsy. Yeah, I am the big eepy. But after last week's fucking cliffhanger, I can't not I can't not continue today. But yeah, let's get started with continue off with the unknown territory for me with Juliet's route. Oh, I hit start instead of fucking... Where is... No. Oh, that's a cute picture of Miho. Man, does my mouse just not want to fucking show up? There we go. Chapter 4, Matters of the Heart. Oh, hey, I got a Chivo for that. It's twice now that I've lost someone dear to me. Although Aspen is still alive and I see her every day, her loss feels even more painful than Jung-in's. It's been a few days since Aspen lost her memories of me. She's been here like usual every day since then, and we both try to pretend that nothing ever happened. But everyone, including Juliet, knows that it'll never be the same. Whenever Aspen and I talk, I can tell. Whenever I mention something that she can't remember, it stings all over again. Even when she's sitting right beside me, Aspen seems further away than ever. I doubt she remembers what she said to me before leaving. She hasn't mentioned it at all, and so neither have I. Not needing to have that difficult conversation was a relief, but not nearly enough to make up for losing everything else. If I could pick one or the other, I'd choose that conversation over Aspen forgetting me every time. I'm sitting in the kitchen in my usual spot next to where Aspen sits at breakfast when my ears perk up at Juliet's approach. Although she can walk without making a sound, even better than I can, I've developed some sort of sixth sense for detecting her.
You're up early.
Hang on, it's a little quiet for me. I don't look up from the cup of cold tea that my hands are wrapped around, although it's been at least an hour since I last took a sip. Hey, she's willingly drinking tea now! Before it was just all hot chocolate all the time. Or maybe coffee.
I think it's later than you imagine. Just past 8. Oops. I must have lost track of time.
Yeah, she's kinda depresso. Desperate times call for desperate measures, I suppose. I guess, it's just tea. I sat down here after closing the library for the day, just intending to collect my own thoughts for a couple minutes. I guess it turned out to be more than a couple. Taking a seat across from me, Juliet also has a cup of tea. Hers is still fresh, warm, and steaming.
It's understandable. You surely have a lot on your mind. Anything you'd like to talk about?
You already know everything.
Not quite everything. How do you feel?
I stare into the mug, aware that Juliet's looking at me. For some reason, I don't have the strength to meet her eyes.
Sad. even though I know I shouldn't be.
Oh heavens, why ever would you think that?
Yeah, don't should all over yourself.
Because I knew this was gonna happen someday, sooner or later. It just turned out to be sooner.
What do you mean?
Shrugging, I finally look up. Worry creases Juliet's face, and so I stare at the wall just behind her. I don't want to see someone else feeling bad on my behalf right now.
I mean, it was always going to happen. Aspen was always going to forget me someday. There's no way I could see her every day for the rest of her life, right?
Well, the other route says otherwise.
That's the other thing, too. She's a human, so eventually she'll...
I trail off, not wanting to say the words out loud, and knowing that Juliet will get what I mean. Sure enough, she nods sagely.
She will.
Death used to be such a distant concept for me. Just a boogeyman to be afraid of, but not worry about too much on a daily basis. Now it's become all too real. In the case of Jong-in, now when it comes to Aspen, it's hard to not think about how that will be her fate too someday. Even if she hadn't forgotten me, and no matter what I might have said in response to her confession, the eventual end would be the same. I can't help but picture Juliet's own pain and anguish at Cosette's grave, even all these years after she passed away.
So if it was gonna happen anyway, then what's the point? Why bother? I'm just going to get hurt again and again.
That's what it means to love, is to be willing to, or being open to the possibility of getting hurt, because that's how love works. There's going to be times where there's pain.
Someday, even you'll also...
Wait, what? Why will Juliet die? She's a vampire. Forever is just as difficult with someone else who's immortal. Maybe even harder. No matter how many years may pass, it'll still only take one day for everything to be undone.
Oh, Miho.
She reaches across the table and lays her hand on top of mine, still clutching tightly to my drink. Her fingers are soft and cool, but they look awkward against mine. Like she doesn't know what to do with them. I don't know what to do with them either.
I wish I could tell you otherwise. But you're right that some kind of pain is inevitable when it comes to those we love. That's the trade-off for the joy they bring to us while they're with us. The pain exists because we had something to lose. Despite the heartache, I wouldn't trade my time with Cosette for anything.
It's different for me, though. Because I can lose the same person over and over. What about the next time Aspen forgets me? Or if there's a time after that? Maybe it's better to just...
I shake my head and cut myself off, because I know I really will start crying if I go much further. Although Aspen and I have already been rebuilding our friendship, part of me wonders if it's worth it. Do I really want to make myself go through it all again? I know the answer is yes. I'm already doing it. But it's tough to justify to myself. Sighing deeply, I unwrap my fingers from the cup, sliding my hand out from beneath Juliet's as well. I study her hand, still on the table. Despite her age, her skin remains perfect and unblemished. All her scars must be on the inside instead.
Thanks for listening to me. And sorry for being such a bummer. I'll be back to normal in a day or two.
There's no need to apologize. I can only imagine how you must feel. Take all the time that you need. You don't have to force yourself.
Yeah, I know. But thinking about it just makes me feel worse. Besides, Aspen and I are still friends. Or I guess, friends again. I can't change what happened, so I may as well just do the best I can now.
That's true. Still, don't ever hesitate if you need someone to talk to, or a shoulder to cry on.
Thanks. I do feel a bit better. I think I'm gonna call it a night, though.
Sleep well, Miho. I'll see you tomorrow.
I mean, I can probably read out the words, but it's like, why would you cover up the text with the speech bubble? I'm sure she can tell that I don't entirely mean it when I say I feel better. Still, she does me the courtesy of pretending.
Night.
In a backwards twist on the usual, I head upstairs to my room and leave Juliet behind in the kitchen. As I climb the stairs, I get a glimpse of her still seated at the dining table, across from the cup I forgot to put away. Somehow, it feels weird to see her there alone. In my room, I wrap my blanket around myself and lie down. It's earlier than I usually go to bed, but late enough that it's pretty dark outside. I'm sure I'll be able to fall asleep. Although the day is ending for me, it's just beginning for Juliet. I wonder what she'll do with it. Maybe she's still down at the table, sitting by herself. Isn't that lonely? And again, I guess she's probably used to it. I'm still new to this whole loneliness thing, but she's pretty much an expert by now. It's kinda sad when I think about it. As I'm lying there, I hear the sound of the front door opening and closing. Sitting up, I look out the window to see Juliet standing near the porch. Something flaps past my window, and I move closer to see a bat descending towards Juliet. At first I assume it's one of her friends, the ones who hang in the corner of her study or get fed in the kitchen. But to my shock, the bat changes forms, soon becoming a tall man. Yo, the fuck? This person didn't exist previously.
Another vampire.
It's too dark and far away for me to see or hear anything clearly, but I can tell they're having a conversation. I'm tempted to open my window, but I'm sure the noise would catch their attention. The two of them talk for only a couple of minutes, then the other vampire turns back into a bat. I quickly lie down and pretend to be asleep as he passes by just a couple seconds later. When I sit back up and peer outside again, Juliet's nowhere to be seen. Before long, I start to get tired and crawl under the covers for real. Although I listen for the sound of the front door again, I never hear it, and eventually I fall asleep. Even though things have changed so much, the morning routine is more or less the same. The three of us chit-chat about our lives and mundane things until we finish eating. After pushing her empty plate away, Aspen leans in.
So, Miho, there's something I've been thinking about. And I understand if this is something you wouldn't even want to consider. But have you ever thought about finding a way to stop your magic?
Juliet also turns to look at me, putting me on the spot.
Not that I can remember. That's like asking if you've thought about finding a way to stop your nose from working.
Yeah, it's called, like, getting a tissue and, like, stuffing it up there so then you can't smell. Easy.
I see. I thought that might be the case.
I'm not sure if I've ever heard of such a thing either. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I was just thinking about the other day and about how dreadful it all was to go through. Of course, I don't want to speak for Miho, I know it's much more complicated than just that. But I thought I might bring up the idea, at least.
You've got a point. Not having to worry about people forgetting me would be a huge relief.
Right, I thought you might agree.
I look at Juliet, expecting her to give an opinion, but she doesn't offer one. It's true that life would be a lot easier without my magic. Well, half true. This life would be easier, but the life I used to lead, I couldn't have survived without it.
Well, it's purely hypothetical right now anyway. For all we know, it might be impossible. So no need to think about it too much.
It's worth thinking about, though.
The only two people who actually remember me are in this room right now. All the other people I've met here in Welly, I couldn't really call them my friends as much as I've liked spending time with them. Every time we see each other is the first time as far as they're concerned. Maybe that wasn't so bad when I was still on the fence about whether I'd even stay in town or not. But now that I've been here a while, long enough to build something worth missing, I wish I could make those connections into something more secure. Even if there's nothing I can do about my magic, I can at least try to figure out a way to maintain friendships with others too. Not just Aspen and Juliet.
It couldn't hurt to find out, right? It's not like I have to go through with it or anything if I don't want to.
Exactly. Simply being informed is never a bad idea.
So, does that mean you have an idea?
Well, not quite. But I'd be happy to start doing some research on the topic. If we're going to find anything, it's likely to be in a book. And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's reading.
Nerd.
Good luck with that. Let me know what I can do to help.
I'd be glad to lend a hand as well. Perhaps I could find someone who'd be knowledgeable about Gumiho. Myth and folklore are often at odds with reality, so it can be difficult to discern what's true and what isn't.
Someone who'd know about Gumiho, huh?
I can think of one person. One person comes to mind, but I'm not sure how willing she'd be to help. She probably fucking wouldn't. I still haven't mentioned the other Gumiho I met to Aspen and Juliet. In my head, I started calling her Silver. It just feels wrong somehow. If someone had told other people when I was around, I would have been furious with them. It would have made hiding and stealing a whole lot harder too. So, as a fellow Gumiho, I've kept Silver's existence a secret from everyone else so far. For all I know, there could be more than just Silver. There could be a whole community of Gumiho here in Wellington, and I'd have no idea. I don't think that's the case, though. Besides, Silver seems unhappy enough with one intruder on her territory as it is. Maybe that's something else I can ask her. I don't know when or where, but somehow I know I haven't seen the last of her. For now, I just sit back and listen as Aspen and Juliet discuss various books and theories to start with. I feel like I should be more involved. It's my magic, after all. But this is one area where I really can't contribute. I can't stay out of it forever and let them take care of me again, though. I have to try something on my own, too. I can't just refuse to participate in my own future. As it gets closer to time for Aspen to leave, Juliet checks the clock and then stands up.
Off to bed?
Not yet, actually. Would you mind staying just a moment longer, Aspen? I have something I'd like to give Miho. It's somewhat related to what we were just talking about.
Oh, no, I don't mind.
For me? What is it?
You'll see. I'll be right back.
Disappearing upstairs, I hear Juliet enter her study for a moment before returning with a small, nicely wrapped box.
There's no particular occasion, but still, I felt like wrapping it.
Juliet hands me the package, which I take carefully. It's not heavy, but it's not light either. I turn it over and over, examining. I've never had a gift before. Clearing her throat, Aspen seems a bit impatient.
Don't just keep us in suspense.
Okay.
I tear off the paper that Juliet so beautifully wrapped the package with, revealing
Oh, wow.
it's a phone. One that I recognize.
It's the same as Aspen's.
What a coincidence, right?
I consulted Aspen to make sure I got the same one. I thought it would be best if she can help show you how to use it.
Oh, Kuru Rose, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. The Wolfie is here. But it's Foxo time. I'm just kidding.
I'm a little behind the times on things like devices.
As gently as I can, I open the box and take out the phone itself. It's sleek and shiny and cold to the touch. I hold it in both hands to make sure that I don't drop it. Arms equal pain. Flesh equals pain.
Thank you. Really. This is the nicest thing I've ever owned.
Think nothing of it. As you have more loved ones and responsibilities, it's important that you be able to stay in touch. In fact, that was what gave me the idea in the first place. Like Aspen, I'd also been thinking about your magic and the ways that it might work. So I wonder, would seeing someone in a video call serve to refresh someone's memory of you? Or is it necessary to see each other in person?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Heavy, was it you who recommended FaceTime last week?
I can't believe I never thought to ask that before.
Neither Aspen nor I would want to gamble our memories of Miho, in case it turns out not to work. So we need to find someone else to participate in our little experiment.
Some other poor fuck who we don't care about them forgetting me.
With that in mind, I'm not sure who to ask. It's a harmless trial, but still a bit much to ask of a total stranger.
Someone willing to try something weird without hesitation. I'll text Lena.
Yep. While Aspen does that, I stare at the device in my hands. Could something so small really solve so many of my problems? It wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it would be a lot better than nothing if this works. Even if not, I won't let that change my earlier decision to find some way to be remembered by the people I've met. Just like researching my magic, I can't leave everything to someone else or hope for an easy way out.
Alright, Lena says she's willing to give it a go. I told her I'd explain more when I saw her.
Lena willing to do random thing at a moment's notice? Shocker.
Usually you'd think those would happen in the other order, but this is Lena we're talking about.
Yep.
Miho, would you like to come down to the Bell House to see her with me now? Sure. As long as Juliet doesn't mind me leaving the library.
By all means, I'm eager to see if this works as well.
Okay, so this happens in the Aspen route as well, even though, you know, we don't have the heartbreaking moment of Aspen forgetting Miho.
So it's settled then.
So at least some things are still the same. Lena's waiting for us outside the Bell House when we arrive.
Morning, boss.
Hey, Lena.
So, you're the person with the weird memory thing, right? Yep, that's me.
I've already introduced myself to Lena more times than I can count. Still, what's one more? This will be a great start to my new goal of making sure the other people I've gotten to know don't keep forgetting me.
I'm Miho. We've met before, actually. At tennis and at the Bell House and a few other times, too.
Yeah, and she's basically Lena's wing woman for hooking her up with the Dryad guy.
Okay, makes sense to me. So how do we do this?
Really? That's it?
She just gives zero fucks.
What you mean?
I would have thought you'd take more convincing than that. I guess I'm not surprised, but...
Nah, it lines up. I remember doing all those things that Miho mentioned, but I couldn't think of who I was with. Now I can stop trying to remember that and devote that brain power to something else.
Fucking bird brain.
Yes, well, I'm sure you'll need it. Let's see.
Just straight up shit talking her to her face.
I just need to get Miho's number, right? And then video call her tonight?
Right. Any time should be fine as long as it's before this time tomorrow. Miho can come with me again in the morning, and we'll see if you know who she is.
You got it! I'll try extra hard to remember her.
A space case, but she's a good bean.
I'm not sure it works like that, unfortunately. I wish it were that simple.
Maybe it is, and you just didn't try hard enough.
Oh, that's gotta sting. Placing a finger on either temple, Lena closes her eyes and hums deeply.
Does that help?
Shh, don't interrupt.
Lena hums for a little longer and then opens her eyes with a wink and a thumbs up.
Okay, got it. Of course it helps. It's my secret technique.
Alright then.
Whoa! If it works, then maybe you could teach Aspen too.
No.
I think I'm alright, actually.
But what if it's really useful?
That's a very big if.
Whatever. You'll see tomorrow when I remember all of this. Anyway, Miho, what's your number?
It's,
I pull out the phone Juliet gave me, inspecting it closely.
I'm not sure where it is.
Shouldn't it be written somewhere? I look around the edges, trying to find anything that seems fitting.
Let's do this instead. Miho, may I see your phone?
I hand the device to Aspen, who swipes one finger up and begins to quickly tap through the screens.
Whoa, you're a pro at this. Juliet's a lot slower whenever she uses hers.
I'm not sure that Juliet's the right standard. She still prefers a landline when she can.
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay, here. I saved Lena's number for you, Miho. Now you can call her so she can save your number.
Right.
Mia's like, I don't get it, but okay.
Okay, let's see.
Taking my phone back, I try to remember how to do that. Lena comes and watch from behind Aspen.
New phone?
Moving away, Aspen brushes imaginary dirt off her shoulder.
You're in my bubble.
What a good response.
That's the same kind Aspen has, right?
Yup, this is the first phone I've owned.
Wow, really? So then how do you check Triller or Space Face?
Space face.
What are those?
Stumbling backwards, Lena looks like she's at a loss for words, which might be a first for her. I guess she does have something in common with Aspen.
Wow, you really do have a lot of catching up to do. I'll help you get set up when I call you. It's like you can't not have a Triller, even though it's terrible, I hate it, but you have to have it. Space Phase, I don't know about. Everyone you...
Okay, I think that's enough, Lena.
Oh, hey, Franz. Give me one sec, I'll get a drink going. I don't have water on me tonight. I have a full-ass jug of orange juice. OJ good. Not OJ Simpson. He's not good. He's dead.
Oh, you never let me finish talking!
That's because you say too much.
You never would finish talking if I didn't stop you.
Yep.
That's not true.
For a second, Lena seems pretty serious, but then she thinks about it for a second.
Well, maybe a little. But just a little. Anyway, it's fine. I'll tell Miho when I talk to her tonight. See you guys later.
I'm going to be in there with you in like 2 minutes.
That's later, isn't it?
I love Lena so much. She's the perfect combination of dumbass and smartass. Lena flaps her wings proudly as she walks into the Bell House.
You let her win, huh?
Sometimes it's better to just let her go. But I'm glad she said she'd help out. She's a mess, but she sticks to her word at least.
You two seem pretty close.
Do we? We started working here at the same time, so we spent a lot of time together. You've spent more time with her outside the Bell House than I have, though. She can be a lot, but she comes through when it matters. Like with this.
I knew before messaging her that she'd be willing to help out. It's just how she is.
Don't you dare tell her I said that, though.
Stepping towards the Bell House door, Aspen turns to say goodbye to me.
Well then, see you later, Miho.
Yeah. Bye, Aspen.
Aspen walks inside the Bell House as I wave goodbye, and then I head off. It's almost bedtime when my phone finally buzzes, startling me and almost making me drop my phone on my face. She's doing the thing where she's holding it above her head. I had to stop doing that because I would constantly drop it on my face. Lena's name pops up and I tap what I hope is the right button.
Hello? Miho? Can you hear me? It's Lena.
Her face fills the screen, making it pretty easy to see who it is. I wiggle the phone around, trying to make it point at my face. Problem is, it's reversed, and I keep confusing myself. How does Aspen use this thing so much?
Hi, I see you. Can you see me?
Yep. Hi.
She waves at the camera with her free hand. I have to sit up to do the same thing. Also, I love Miho's jammies. They're cute.
Thanks for calling. This is gonna be a big help.
I always just lay on my side when I'm on my phone in bed. Luckily, I've never bonked my nose with it before. Yeah, that's what I've had to do. I was like, okay, no more, like, lying flat with it above my face. Either on my side or sit up.
No, yeah, no problem. Sorry I've forgotten you so many times. I know I'd be totally upset if people couldn't remember who I was. It's like, hello? How can you forget me?
Oh my god, Lena, you fucking goober.
It's alright. I'm pretty used to it by now.
Yeah, she's only been around for a couple 100 years.
Yeah, but still, it's gotta suck. I've got an idea, though. I'll just call you like this every night, and that way I won't forget you, right? If this works out, I mean.
Yeah. If it works. I really hope it does. Still, every night...
Even if the phone makes it a lot easier, it's a lot of phone calls to make. Forever. Funny how that word keeps getting in my way.
Yeah, it's no big deal, though. I mean, I'm always on my phone before I go to bed anyway, so I can just make calling you part of my routine, like brushing my teeth and stretching. Ever since I quit ballet, I have more free time, so I can fit it in. That way I won't forget to do it. That would be kind of funny if I did, though. Not like funny, but funny like ironic. I think that's how you use that word. Aspen always tells me I'm wrong, though.
Appropriately, yes.
Actually, speaking of Aspen...
Lena goes on to tell me a story about work today, which turns into a story from work the day before. She goes on like that for a while. I try to smile and laugh when it seems appropriate, but my arm is starting to get sore from holding out my phone like this. Finally, she runs out of steam and yawns, switching to sleepy mode in seconds. Oh, god damn it. I'm already tired enough as it is. Don't do this to me, Lena.
Anyway, I just thought that was funny. I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm super tired. You're coming to the Bell House in the morning, right?
Yup. I'll be there with Aspen.
Okay, see you soon then. I hope. Well, I'll see you either way. But I hope I remember you. Sorry if I don't.
That's fine. Thanks for trying. Good night.
I try to figure out how to hang up with my finger hovering over the screen like I'm about to squish a bug. Fortunately, Lena does it first, and that ends the call for both of us. I lie back down in bed with my phone in my hand. It isn't heavy, but it's definitely a big deal. If this works out with Lena tomorrow, it could change everything for me. Again. I'm not sure if Lena really thought about what she was getting into when she said she'd call me every day. Same goes for Aspen and Juliet, of course. I'm sure all of them mean it when they promise, but those are really hard promises to keep, no matter who's making them. Even though they're all willing to go through so much trouble for me. Odds are, at some point, at least one of them will eventually miss a day, and that'll be that. No second chances. Even if we started over, it would be exactly the same. With my other hand, the one that isn't holding up the phone, I reach up and grab my necklace, feeling the warmth of my bead. It's been a big pain lately, but for such a long time, my magic was my most useful tool. My secret weapon. As much hiding and scavenging as I did before, it would have been 10 times worse if any of my crimes had followed me. Yeah, just hundreds of years of petty theft and whatnot. Are those days really past me now? Permanently? Aspen's idea about stopping my magic is interesting, and I can't get it out of my head. Being able to be remembered by everyone I care about is the #1 thing I could ask for right now. But will it always be that way? Say there was a way that I could change things, and make it so people didn't forget me. What if it wasn't possible for me to change my mind later? Sure, it sounds nice at the moment, but forever is a long time. I keep being reminded of that. I tug my necklace up so I can see the bead. It still has a soft white glow to it. I wish I knew what that meant. I wish I knew what any of it meant, or how it worked. I wish I didn't have to deal with these questions and problems. Of all the forms for my magic to take, it had to be this confusing one. Gripping my bead in my fist, I yank my necklace off my neck and hurl it away from me. It clatters and rattles as it hits the wall and the floor, lying like a snake in the darkness. Closing my eyes, I silently count in my head. 1, 2... There's no flicker or pop as my necklace reappears around my throat as if it had never left. My bead hasn't changed at all. Not that I expected it to. Sighing, I roll over onto my side. Not tired enough to sleep, but not feeling like doing much else either. This necklace has felt like a lot of things before. A comfort, a memento, a guide. It's been my one constant since the beginning. Right now, heavy against my pillow, it feels like an anchor. Like always, the next morning I'm cheered up by seeing my friends. After a quick breakfast, Aspen spreads out some sheets of paper on the table, and Juliet and I both crowd in to see.
So I started doing some research on Gumiho. I found plenty of information that I thought was interesting, but I'm not sure how much of it will be useful.
Hey, that does sound just like me.
Oh, don't say that.
What, interesting but not useful? Same.
I'm just kidding.
Good. As I was saying, it's hard to figure out what's accurate and what isn't. A lot of the specific details would have had to come from the Gumiho themselves, and as far as I can tell, none of them are talking. I couldn't find anything about memory or forgetting. Maybe it's self-explanatory, why not? Beyond that, most of what seemed accurate were things that we already knew, like being able to change into a fox. Have you had any luck, Juliet?
I'm afraid not. I checked what books I could think of, and none of them yielded any more than you said. I'm not aware of anyone else around who might be helpful either, unfortunately. Of course, it's only been a couple of days so far. I'll keep looking. We're bound to learn something eventually.
I'll keep looking too. There was one other thing that came up I thought might be worth mentioning.
Oh?
I read a lot about Gumiho carrying a special bead that has something to do with their magic. You have one of those yourself, right?
You can see it shining on her necklace. I remove my necklace more gently than last night and hold it out for them to see.
Yeah, I've had it my whole life.
May I see it?
You can try.
I pass it to her and Aspen handles it delicately.
Pardon? What do you mean?
Poof! It poops out of her hand and back around my neck.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I couldn't get rid of it, even if I wanted to.
Am I wrong? Or is it glowing?
Yeah, that part's new. I was in bed when I noticed it a couple days ago. I know it's important, but not how or why.
Your wild instincts inform you.
Juliet says it so matter-of-factly. Not like there's something bad or that I should have gotten rid of. There's still a part of me. My other self, no, the other part of me, hasn't gone away, even as I've spent more time away from it. When I first came to Wellington, I still thought of myself as a fox. Now, I'm not sure how I see myself. But my bead and its mysteries are a reminder that I'm something different.
Well, that sounds promising. It means something is happening, even if we're not sure what. Let us know if you notice it changing in any other ways, Miho. The more knowledge we have, the better.
Yeah, I will.
Once again, I think of Silver and her bead, which shone much more than mine. Will mine look like that someday? I wonder what it took to make hers glow so brightly. Maybe even Silver doesn't know how the bead works. If it was instinctual, then shouldn't I understand it too? I guess I'll just have to ask sometime. I wrap my necklace back around my neck, popping the magnetic clasp together.
One way or another, we'll soon know more about Miho's magic from your experiment.
Yes, I think it's just about time for Miho and I to head out. By the time we get there, it'll have been a full day.
I'm ready to go if you are. You know I hate sitting around waiting.
Another thing we have in common. All right then, let's be off.
Good luck, you two. Let me know how it goes.
Will do.
This time when we get to the Bell House, Lena isn't waiting outside.
There's always a chance she just forgot in the regular way. I should have texted her first.
Guess we'll find out.
For what feels like the 1000th time in the last few weeks, I'm shaky with nervous energy. At least there's not any risk here. In the worst case scenario, nothing changes. I take the lead and open the door for Aspen, then follow her in. Lena's behind the counter.
Hey, boss!
She looks at me.
Who's your friend?
I try to hide the disappointment from my face. Well, it was worth a shot. It's too bad, but at least I was prepared.
Miho, I'm
just messing with you.
Fuck off, Lena. That was rude.
I remember everything. Told you my secret technique would work. I'll call you again tonight.
Lena, you bitch. It takes a second for me to process the significance of Lena's words, but once I do, I break into a grin. Aspen also looks excited, but a bit regretful too.
That's great news. This will be such a big
Our poor little
help in the
Miho has
future,
been
I'm sure.
traumatized.
Yeah, definitely.
I know she and I are both thinking of the same thing. If only we'd tried this sooner. We could have talked to each other that morning before Aspen got on the bus, and then everything would have been fine. As it is, this huge life-changing moment is bittersweet. Still, it really is a big relief. With this, my future just got a whole lot easier. After saying goodbye to Aspen and Lena, I start walking back home. As I go, I pull out my new phone and slowly tap through the screens.
Let's see. I think it was here.
I manage to find my way to my messages and then find Juliet. I have to stop walking in order to concentrate enough to write out a quick note. I wonder how her spelling is. It worked. Since Juliet's the one who got me the phone, it just seems fitting to let her know by using it too. Although Juliet doesn't reply to my text, when I get back to the library, she's waiting for me with a big smile on her face.
Miho, welcome back. I saw your message, but thought I would wait to congratulate you in person.
Thanks. I'm still processing it myself, you know.
I grab one of the spare chairs from close by and then join her behind the desk, taking a seat.
Even though it's such a big deal for me, it was pretty normal for everyone else. Or at least, it should have been.
I slide the phone out of my pocket and hold it in my hand carefully, staring at the polished glass screen.
That doesn't make it any less special. Change doesn't happen all at once. You should enjoy these little moments along the way.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's thinking about Aspen too, but bringing that up would just be bringing down the mood. Instead, I try to do what Juliet suggests. Let myself focus on the good things this means from now on.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, I just realized something. My overlay is being a little fucky. Why are you like this?
No more being forgotten. At least, by the people that matter.
As long as they have a phone too, at least. Well, don't worry about that in this day and age, Mio. I know enough about phones and how unreliable they can be to know it isn't a perfect solution.
I still want to know more about my magic and how it works, though. I'm not sure I want to just get rid of it, like Aspen suggested.
I understand. As a human, I think it's hard for her to grasp what that would be like. There's certainly merit to learning about it, though, as you say.
It's kind of funny that now machines can do a lot of stuff that only magic could do before. Like, flying. I used to be so jealous of Fabled who could fly.
Bunch of oldies.
I know quite what you mean. Why, sometimes I feel as if the rest of the world has passed me by with some of its changes.
Really? I don't think so. I mean, you know how to use a phone and a computer and all those things. Seems like you're keeping up to me.
Perhaps. I still prefer to write something by hand, or have a conversation face to face when possible, though. Maybe that's just what it is to get old.
Old.
You're not getting old. At least, I don't think so. I don't feel old, and we've been alive for almost the same amount of time.
Give me a number for both of you.
I certainly do feel younger when you're around too. You remind me to enjoy the moment more often.
Flirt, 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 flirt.
That's what I'm here for. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's not thinking about the future.
Oh, Mio. Making Juliet laugh makes me smile, because it's something she doesn't do very often. When it happens, it's like a rare treat. Without Juliet, none of the good things in my life would be possible. She's the one who gave me a place to stay, a way to take care of myself, and now she's even given me a way to be remembered. All of that for free, too. I know she says I don't owe her anything, but the least I can do is to try and make her smile when possible. Even that doesn't feel like it's enough. It's a start, though, as she's always fond of saying. Just like the phone is a start, too. Juliet's laugh turns into a yawn, though she tries to hide it with the back of her hand, and I leap up from where I've been sitting.
I can take over from here, so you can go to bed. Thanks for covering for me while I was out.
It was my pleasure. It's nice to be behind the counter again every once in a while, and to see our guest in person.
Now that I think about it, she does sleep through the busiest hours every day, so she never really gets to see anyone enjoying this place she's worked so hard to put together.
Do you know most of them?
I recognize many, but it would be a stretch to say I know them. Their names, perhaps, or even their reading habits, but not much beyond that.
Well, that's too bad. I'll bet most people don't know how hard you work on the library, even though they come here all the time.
Oh, that's all right. I don't need the recognition, so long as the library itself is appreciated. Besides, you work harder for it than I do nowadays.
I guess that's true. But only so you can help people in other ways. Besides, you did my job for way longer than I have.
I've been here for only a fraction of the time she has, but even I can remember some of our regulars. Although they occasionally ask about Juliet, it seems they think of her more like a public service than a person. I can't pretend I don't understand why. It's like Juliet has two lives. The one she leads at night by herself, and the one that she briefly shares with everyone else each day. And both of those are devoted to the people of Wellington. She rises, gazing around the room. It's still early enough that there aren't too many patrons around, but a handful are browsing or reading. Watching her look around, I can see a kind of sadness in her eyes. Like when she told me about Cosette, or talked with me about Aspen. It's not too different from how she normally looks, but I spend enough time with her that I can tell the difference. It instantly tempers some of my excitement from the new phone.
What's wrong?
Her focus snaps to me and her face clears like I wasn't supposed to notice that.
Nothing. I was simply reminiscing a little. I do feel rather tired, though. Good night, Mio.
EP vampire. With her trademark smile, she turns and starts to stride past me on her way to her room. As she passes by, I clear my throat.
Hey,
Juliet pauses.
are you sure you're okay?
I look up, but she's just facing forward, eyes locked on the stairs. After a moment's hesitation, she starts walking again.
Yes. Good night, Mio.
Oh, what's up with Juliet? I don't try to stop her a second time, and I watch as she heads down the hall and up the stairs. Nobody else seems to pay much attention. Just because we said that we'd be more open from now on doesn't mean she has to tell me everything. She still has plenty of secrets, that's for sure. I wish she'd let me try to help her, though, even if it's just listening. The way she can go from laughing to frowning in just a few seconds, I can't pretend that I don't relate. I wonder if one of those feelings is more honest than the other. If so, I can probably guess which one. Whatever it is that has her down, it's not something that I can worry about too much right now. I'll be here if she needs, of course, but it's up to her to do that. For now, I'll just keep helping out the only way I know how. Pulling the morning stacks of returns and requests, I get to work. We can go fishing again! I don't think we got to at all in Chapter 3. Okay, so this is just weird as hell. So you guys can see my mouse, right? Like my cursor. On my game screen, like the actual screen on one of my other monitors, I can't see it. So I actually have to look at OBS to see where the fuck I'm clicking. Now that I can be remembered, I decide to go introduce myself to Mr. Kim for what should be the last time. Before the day ends, I head to the waterfront and wait for him to not be busy with someone else.
Hello, miss. Here to fish?
Hi. Actually,
I give him an explanation of my magic, as well as run through the things he's shown me and told me. When I'm done, he rubs his chin, then laughs.
You know, that all makes perfect sense. I could remember some of those things, but not who I was with. I've been thinking it was my memory starting to fail on me.
Same hat.
Glad to hear it's just magic.
Oh yeah, it's glad to hear it's just magic. No big deal.
And as for us, Miho, well, I suppose that makes you my new old friend then.
He sticks out his hand, and it takes a second for me to realize I'm supposed to shake it, but I do. We exchange phone numbers, and he promises to keep in touch so that he won't forget about me again. Aww.
talk to you later. Good night.
I press the button to end the call on my phone, and then gently set the device on my windowsill. Getting through the phone calls needed to make sure I'm not forgotten is more work than I expected. I'm glad that the people I'd befriended are willing to put in the effort to see me every day. It's still such an inconvenience, though, and such a risk. For their sake, as much as my own, I need to try and find a better solution. Whether that means getting rid of my magic entirely or not. I have to at least know what my options are. I can't leave it all for Aspen and Juliet to figure out either. I need to put my own effort in, too. While I'm not nearly as good at reading and researching as they are, there's still one idea that comes to mind a few times. It's time to finally put it into action. Leaving my phone in my room, I get dressed up and slip silently out the front door, making my way to Mount Victoria. Alright, time to meet up with that bitch, Silver. At the very edge of the path, I transform. Nose close to the ground, I head for the tree line in the wild part of the mountain. I'm rusty when it comes to tracking, and the sheer number of scents that assault my nose is overwhelming. I have to sift between them in my head while I run, disregarding the ones I can tell are humans or other fabled or just part of nature. It isn't until I'm far from any roads or homes that I can finally catch what I'm looking for. That familiar but unrecognizable presence. Honing in on what I can detect of Silver's trail, I follow it as closely as I can. Sometimes the lead goes cold, but I pick it up again a few meters away in a different direction. The path is windy and hard to follow. How does anyone live like this? It doesn't feel as if the path is leading anywhere in particular, but I stay on it, keeping my eyes and ears peeled for any sign of her. Finally, after picking up the trail yet again near the river, I follow it until I reach a familiar spot and transform yet again.
No way.
Fox form is cutie, yeah. It's been weeks, but traces of my den are still there. The weather has destroyed a lot of it, but the tunnel is only half caved in, and evidence of the holes where I buried my snacks and supplies remain too. Has Silver been staying here? There aren't any signs of life more recent than mine. Still, her scent ends here, as if she just disappeared. Something rustles from over near the collapsed den. Even with the moonlight, it's hard for me to see, so I change back into a fox, straining all my senses to detect anything. I don't. Nothing but me and the wind. Changing forms yet again, I get the feeling that I'm not alone.
Hello?
Closing my eyes, I listen for any kind of response. A footstep, or a whisper, or even a breath. All I hear is silence.
Pitiful.
The voice is just inches from my ear, and I leap away on pure instinct, spinning around to face Silver.
I gave you so many chances, and you failed every one of them.
The fuck does that mean? I don't know where she came from or how I didn't notice her, but she's here, slouching in the moonlight. Although I'm sure that, just like me, she could turn and run at a moment's notice. Or fight. I hope that's not what she wants, because I don't think I'd win.
How'd you do that? Sneak up on me like that, I mean. I didn't even have to try. I see nothing has changed since last time. If anything, the human pet has only gotten more docile. Tell me, do they feed you scraps from a bowl as well?
I'd be so glib here, I'd be like, only if it's soup.
It's a plate, usually.
She certainly hasn't gotten any nicer since last time. But as harsh as she sounds, she remains at a distance, and I let myself relax a little. Now that I've had time to get used to her existence, she doesn't seem as intimidating. Even if I was more scared, I wouldn't want to show it like last time. Maybe it's because she reminds me of myself in some ways. Although her arms are crossed, one of her wrists shines in the moonlight from where her bead hangs on a strap. It's almost like looking in a mirror. We're as different as any two people can be, but just by existing, I feel some kind of bond with her. Something wild. Behind her shawl, I can see her eyes narrow.
So you admit it then. Perhaps it's for the best. A dog dreams of nothing more than its master's hand.
Bitch, shut up.
You can close your eyes, forgetting what made you open them in the first place, and disappear.
Silver spits out her last words like a challenge, daring me to respond. Her eyes shine like her bead does. I don't respond, unsure how. Not because she's made me question myself, but because I don't think she'd believe what I have to say. It feels like it's been ages, but really it's only been a few months since I've been here in New Zealand. Not even a year ago, didn't I feel the same way she does? Telling myself that I wasn't missing out on anything by being alone, chasing some dream for decades without even stopping to think about it, just dreaming my way through life. How could I tell her that? What could I say that would change her mind? I already know the answer. There isn't anything. Sometimes there are no right words.
I see you've forgotten how to speak as well. But tell me, if you can, what was it you hoped to achieve by coming here? I could have left you chasing your tail in the dark if I'd wanted to, but you've somehow made me curious. I fail to imagine the desires of a hound.
I unhook my necklace and hold it in one hand. The pearls make a soft sound as they bang against each other, but my bead clatters loudly against its neighbor. It's still glowing, same as this morning.
Because I wanted to ask you something. If there was some way to stop her magic. Stop people from forgetting about us.
My fingers curl over the bead. I don't even have to see her face to know her reaction. She laughs just once, and it sounds like a bark.
You managed to surprise me again. I didn't think even you would be so shameless as to try and rid yourself of your gifts. Ignore them, perhaps, but to abandon them. You have outdone yourself, dog. Fitting that you wear it around your neck like a collar. As for forgetting, I can only guess at what you must mean. Don't think yourself the same as me. My magic is nothing like yours. It takes a different form in every one of our sisters. My sisters, I should say. Then what does yours do instead? I don't see why I should tell you that. A dog need not concern itself with affairs above its head.
I want to give her a swirly. You know?
This dog thing is getting pretty old, you know. Then leave. I only chose to acknowledge you to satiate my own curiosity. It won't happen a second time. Goodbye, dog.
Later, dog. God, she's a big bitch. Yup, massive bitch. Quick as a flash, Silver transforms, the glow of her bead lingering for a moment in the air. Before her paws have all touched the ground, she's already running away. Soon, even her shining fur disappears into the night. I don't give chase. I never really expected her to answer my question in the first place. Still, I don't think this visit was a waste of time. Before I leave, I take a final look around at my den. When I left here with Juliet months ago, I expected to be back soon. But since I never went back, I never really said goodbye. It wasn't much, even then, and it's even less now. Compared to some of the other hideouts I've made, I didn't stay here very long. Still, it's special. I'd have a hard time going back to sleeping on the ground instead of a bed again, even if I had to. Maybe it'll change in the future, but right now I'm pretty sure that this will be the last den I ever made. Looking around, I'm all alone again, and it's silent. The birds that used to chirp and greet me in the morning are either sleeping or gone. Still.
Night-night, birdies.
Aww. I whisper a final farewell before changing forms and dashing back to the library. After my late night encounter with Silver, I decide to sleep in a little bit longer than usual, but when I head downstairs for breakfast, I find that I've still beaten Aspen to it.
Good morning, Miho.
Morning!
There are the usual three places set, but only Juliet occupies the table. I take my seat as well.
No Aspen? I guess I can call her if I need to.
She sent me a message to say that she'll be here, but that she's running late this morning.
Right on cue, the front door opens and Aspen hurries inside, clutching some papers as well as her bag to her chest.
Hello. Sorry I'm late.
It's no trouble.
We were just talking about you. You've got pretty good timing, huh?
Only sometimes. Speaking of which, I can't stay too long today, but there was something I wanted to talk to you both about in person.
What is it?
Let me catch my breath for a moment.
Aspen collapses into her seat, leaving her bundle of stuff on her lap. There's already a mug of coffee prepared for her by Juliet, which Aspen gulps down in a matter of seconds. Both Juliet and I watch in odd silence as Aspen scarfs down her meal in an equally short amount of time. I haven't touched my food at all yet. I'm not sure how she's supposed to catch her breath like this.
Did you forget to eat yesterday or something?
Aspen got a heat-resistant throat. I question so many people about that when they're like, oh yeah, go get a coffee, or they'll make a coffee, and then, like, just instantly drinking it while it's still, like near boiling point. And I wonder, like, do you have, like, iron on the inside of your esophagus?
I'm in a bit of a hurry today.
Oh shit, I think I actually missed a bit. Log. Shaking her head, Aspen shoves another piece of bread into her mouth, chewing and swallowing quickly. Finally, she puts down her utensils and sighs. She's been in a bit of a hurry today.
I could tell.
Something tells me it's not on behalf of the Bell House.
No, not this time. The opposite, in a sense. I received this in the mail yesterday, after I got home from work.
She picks up the paper she brought with her and sets it on the table for us to see. It's a small envelope with a smaller letter inside. Aspen slides the letter out and starts to read.
It says, "Dear Ms. Benoit, we appreciate your manuscript submission and commend you for your success in completing a novel. Unfortunately, we do not find that it fits the criteria we're currently searching for, and as such, must respectfully decline. Best wishes, Purple Penguin Publications."
It takes me a minute to actually comprehend what she's saying. With everything else that's been going on involving Aspen, I had forgotten all about her book.
Oh, Aspen. I'm so sorry to hear that.
No, it's all right. I wasn't expected to get accepted by everyone I sent it to. It's not the first notice I've received either. However, there are some revisions I'd already been thinking about making, and receiving this rejection notice inspired me to actually begin on them. I stayed up late last night making changes, which is why I was so late to arrive. If and when I do find someone that will take it, I'm sure they'll be glad to know I've already begun making improvements.
How many are you still waiting to hear back from?
I don't even remember, to be honest. I mailed it to at least a dozen publishing houses. Maybe even twice that.
Whoa, that's a lot. At least one of them has to say yes, right?
You'd hope so, but...
That's my hope as well. However, I'm going to need to spend a lot more time working on it than I have been. Now that there's a draft complete, I can see all the different areas I need to touch up. So I won't be able to come by for breakfast quite as often. Now that I can call Miho, I'll check in that way every morning. But I won't be here in person as much.
That's an interesting change. Because in the Aspen route, this is basically kind of saying Aspen's not going to be showing up in person more, so that way it'll likely focus more on Miho and Juliet. But in the Aspen route, it's Juliet who kind of fades out to focus on the romance between Miho and Aspen. So it's a neat way to handle it. All three of us pause, taking in the significance of Aspen's words. With only a couple of exceptions, she's been here for breakfast almost every day that I've been in Wellington. It never crossed my mind that she might stop doing that at some point.
You'll be missed, of course, but that's quite exciting to hear. I can't wait to be able to put a copy of your novel on the library shelves.
Please, that's still a long, long way off. Picturing that has been a motivator for myself as well, though.
Will we still see you again?
Of course, I'm not dead, you know. Just busy.
That's a good response.
Right. I asked Regina if I might be able to reduce my hours at the Bell House some, too. She wasn't thrilled, but she understood.
Dang it. Now how will I get free coffee?
Wow, just being straight up about it, huh?
You'll just have to pay like everyone else, I'm afraid. Or come by when I'm working. I'll still be there just as many days, but not for such long shifts.
Will you be coming to the library to write?
Occasionally, I'm sure. But it's easy to get distracted when I'm here. At home, I can just turn off my internet and get to work.
But why would you do that?
That's what I tell myself I'll be doing, at least. Unfortunately, I do need to run for now. Since I overslept, I had to ask Lena to open without me. I have to get there before she burns the whole place down.
No wonder you were in such a rush.
Indeed. There's only so much time in the day, after all. But I wanted to say all this in person, since it may be a while before we see each other again.
Aww. Aspen carefully returns the letter to the envelope and then tosses that into her bag as she stands up.
Thank you for breakfast. It was lovely, as always.
You're most welcome. I hope you'll be able to join us again soon.
Bye, Aspen. Good luck.
Thank you. See you two later.
I wave goodbye until Aspen's out of the library with the door shut behind her. When I turn back to face Juliet, she's staring ponderously in the same direction.
You think she'll be okay?
I'm surprised she's doing as well as she is, all things considered. I had worried that receiving a rejection, which was nearly inevitable, would break her spirit. But it seems to have done the opposite.
Yeah.
Even though Aspen talks about how important her writing is to her all the time, it's something that I've always taken for granted about her. Just like how Juliet never leaves without her parasol, Aspen always has a pen and notebook with her. At some point, I got so used to seeing them that I stopped really noticing. Now, though, our whole routine will be different. Even though I know it's not a big deal that I'll still see her every day, at least in video call, it feels like the last part of my former friendship with Aspen is gone. Just another reminder that everything changes, whether I want it to or not. Sitting there in silence with Juliet, I can't help but think about her own sadness yesterday morning. Aspen isn't the only one who needs to be worried about.
Are you feeling any better today?
Even if she doesn't want to give me the details, I figure that's safe to ask. Sure enough, she smiles at me.
I am, thank you. I'm sorry for leaving the way I did.
It's okay. I understand. You didn't hurt my feelings or anything, but I could tell you were hiding something. You don't have to tell me what it was, though.
She nods, looking at me intently like she's searching for something. After a couple of seconds, I have to look away, unable to maintain eye contact for much longer.
Miho, could I ask you to keep a secret? From everyone, but especially from Aspen.
Yeah.
As I say that, I can feel my throat tighten. What could she possibly want to tell me, and only me? Biting her lip, Juliet thinks about if she really wants to say whatever it is. Finally, she looks away from me and instead gazes out the window, where the blinds cover most of the light.
I might be leaving soon.
What?
Oh, where are you going?
To the underworld, most likely. But
Huh?
I don't think I'd be coming back.
Oh.
That's all I can say. Oh. It's one of the last things I would have expected from her. The idea of Juliet not being here is as inconceivable as the sky not being here.
As I said, it's only a possibility right now. Hardly a commitment or a guarantee. It's simply something I've been contemplating.
Once the initial shock wears off, I fly to my feet, smacking the table as I lean forward.
What about Aspen, though? What about the library? What about everything?
What about me? I want to ask. But I don't.
Those are questions I've been pondering too. Someone else could take over the library in my stead. Most of the books and other items could remain here. Or perhaps this place could be reborn as something other than a library. It would be the decision of whoever came after me. As for Aspen, I'm sure she'd be sad at first, but she has her own life, and other things to fill it with. Her writing, her friends, her work. Aspen's strong, as we've seen.
Why don't you want me to tell her?
My voice comes out as just a whisper.
I'll tell her when the time is right. There's no need to have it weighing on her mind when it may not even come to pass.
I slump back into my seat, staring at the ground. I still can't fully believe what I'm hearing. And yet, how could I not understand?
And as for you, Miho,
Slowly, I look back up, meeting her gaze only for her to glance away immediately.
I'm sorry. I'd stay in touch, of course. With you and with Aspen. Phones work in the underworld nowadays.
Look away for 2 minutes. What did I miss? Juliet said she might be leaving to go back to the underworld. Don't know why. It's not set in stone. But it's, you know, still a big shock. Although she smiles as she says that, we both know it's a small consolation. She drops it almost immediately.
I'm sorry.
To my own surprise, I manage to shake my head.
No, don't be sorry. I get it. I mean, I don't get it, but I do. What it's like to have to leave or be somewhere else. I know that feeling.
Gently, Juliet reaches across the table, the tips of her fingers barely touching my hand.
You'll always have a home here. With or without me. The library is yours if you want it.
Jesus, that's a lot. I shake my head again. I know I don't want that. This library only exists because of Juliet. It's only home because of Juliet. Without her, it's just a building. Just 4 walls and a roof. And it feels like those walls are closing in. I take a deep breath, pushing down the rising feelings inside me.
You said your mind's not made up, right?
Yes. I have my reasons for leaving, but I have reasons to stay as well.
Okay. That just means I have to find a way to make you want to stay.
Aww. If I think of this as a task, a problem to be solved, then it's easier. I can't act like it's already too late and let myself get overwhelmed with bad feelings. Juliet's jaw drops, but like always, she quickly regains her composure. Called an engagement ring? Yo, please. I can't help but notice the way she struggles to find words at first.
I couldn't ask that for you. Besides, you and Aspen are already 2 of those reasons. The biggest 2, in fact.
What about the opposite? The ones that make you want to leave?
Those are more complicated. I'm sorry, Miho. I know how this must all come across to you. It's difficult for me to explain when I'm still sorting out my own feelings, though. I promise I'll tell you when I can.
We look across the table at each other. It's uncomfortable making eye contact like this, and a big part of me wants to look away. But also, I can feel that there's something different about this moment. Like I'm really seeing Juliet, and I can tell she's being as honest with me as she can. Maybe for the first time ever. I can tell that this isn't easy for her either. Finally, I nod, staring at our linked hands. I really do understand.
I won't tell Aspen, like you asked.
Thank you.
But that doesn't mean I won't try my best to make you want to stay either.
Yay!
Can you tell me one thing, though?
She hesitates, tensing up. I'll just ask.
Does it have anything to do with the other vampire who came here a few days ago?
Her shoulders relax, and her lips curve just barely upwards.
I should have known you saw him.
Sorry. I wasn't trying to. He flew right past my window, though.
It's fine. It's not a secret. That was Ezekiel, a vampire much older and wiser than I. Prefers to keep his own company, which is why you haven't met him. Very few people have. To answer your question, somewhat. We first met in the underworld, but he also came to the overworld before I did. When I first arrived here, he was the one who offered me guidance and advice. He even helped me get here in the first place. Now, many years later, he too is preparing to return home. For a long, well-deserved rest.
That kind of sounds like dying.
When I heard of his intentions, it planted the seeds of that in my mind. Or rather, helped it take root. It had already been on my mind.
I see.
It makes sense that she'd know other vampires, even if I never see them myself. I wonder what he must be like for Juliet to call him wise. Juliet leans back in her chair, retracting her hand with a sigh.
Thank you for hearing me out. Will you be okay, Miho?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just surprised is all.
I know. I thought you would be, but I didn't want to hide it from you any longer.
Oh, that's harsh, man. Yeah, I've been in that situation before where it's like I can't afford to not see these people, but like I really don't fucking want to.
Thanks. I'm glad you told me. It makes the other stuff make sense too.
The quiet sadness when she looks around, the way she talks about the library. In her heart, she's already said goodbye, hasn't she? We both stand up, ready to go our separate ways. Although I feel shaken by our conversation, I'm also relieved to understand her a little more. It's better than just wondering. With one final smile, Juliet passes me by.
Good night, Miho.
Night.
I slowly make my way to the front desk and sit down, getting started on autopilot. Making Juliet want to stay will be hard, especially on my own. And is it even fair for me to try? She never pressured me to stay here. She just gave me reasons to want to. I think that's the important part. They have to be her reasons, not mine. Trying is all I can do. If it's not enough, then it's not enough. Either way, there's one thing that I know for sure. I need to make every minute that I can spend with her count. Oh shit, we got another Lena episode. This is gonna be good. Early in the afternoon, my phone buzzes as I get a call. I check it, expecting to see Juliet or Aspen, but I'm surprised, and not surprised, when I see that it's Lena.
Hello?
Miho, I need your help. It's an emergency.
What? What's wrong?
Come to the park. I'll tell you there.
The call ends when Lena hangs up. I have no clue what's going on, but it sounds serious. I put on my shoes and hurry to the park as fast as I can. When I get there, I quickly spot Lena, her bright pink outfit making it easy.
Lena, what's happening?
Oh, Miho, good thing you're here. It's a disaster. Cyrus asked me to be in a play with him.
Oh, Lena.
A play? Wait, that's it?
What do you mean, that's it?
I thought you were hurt or something. You said it was an emergency.
It is. I have to give him my answer soon.
I sigh and force myself to come down to Lena's level. I was expecting to find out someone was hurt, so I'm just relieved that that's not the case.
Okay, I don't get it. Why is that such a bad thing? I thought you wanted to spend time with him.
I do, but that's a lot of responsibility. He wants me to play Siegfried, and he'd be the White Swan.
Do-ho-ho, changing roles.
I don't know the characters, but that seems a little backwards. Are you afraid you can't do it?
Sort of. I'm afraid that if something went wrong, that'd ruin any chance I have.
Seeing Lena be so nervous about something is the total opposite of what I'd normally expect from her. Even during the other activities we tried, she always gave it her all.
When do you have to give him an answer?
Today! That's why it's an emergency!
Oh, sure, so you tell me at the last minute.
Whoa. Can't you tell him you need longer to think about it?
Well, it's already been a while. I thought I'd make up my mind by now, but I still haven't. What do you think I should do?
Just then, I noticed Cyrus himself walking up the path towards us.
Oh, there he is.
Don't need to give advice, we'll just resolve it right now. Lena turns to see him, then looks back to me with fright.
I'm out of time!
She tries to put on a cool face as Cyrus reaches the two of us.
Hi there. Sorry to bug you, Lena, but have you decided yet?
Not yet. Still thinking about it, sorry!
It's already been a week.
Nuh-uh, not for another 43 minutes. Then it'll have been a week.
Yep, the perfect mix of dumbass and smartass. Both Cyrus and I just stare at her.
Can you make up your mind in the next 43 minutes?
You bet I can.
Okay, I'll just stand here.
Wait, for real?
Do I look like I'm joking?
I can never really tell.
Cyrus sighs.
Look, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. But I need to know so I can ask someone else. I already have someone cast for all the other main roles. It's just Siegfried and a couple extras that are left.
Finally, he looks at me.
Sorry to interrupt your conversation.
It's okay. We were just talking about you.
I love Miho, but sometimes she has zero tact.
Wait, you know who I am?
Yeah, we've met before. We were partners at that painting class.
Huh. I was trying to remember who I was paired up with. I have the picture I made, but it didn't really help much.
Yeah, I have this magic where people forget about me after a day if I don't talk to them again.
I've had to explain this so many times by now that it just feels normal to talk about.
Really? I think I have that too, except it's not magic.
Aw, poor Cyrus.
How do you and Lena know each other then?
We do a vid call every day. I talk about my life and Miho talks about hers.
So far, that's only really half true, but I don't mind.
I see. Say, Miho, right? How would you feel about being a tree?
A tree.
Yeah, in the play, I mean. There's still a couple small parts like that I need to fill.
Oh,
Lena's face lights up with excitement.
if you do it, I'll do it.
Wait.
My immediate reaction is to say no. Being up on stage in front of people is still a lot for me, no matter how much better I've gotten at talking. But it seems like it would be helping out Lena and Cyrus too.
What would I have to do?
Stand there. Haven't you seen a tree before?
I want to make a dryad joke, but I won't.
That's it.
That's it?
I sigh the heaviest sigh of my life. I hope I don't regret this.
Fine.
Both of them perk up, and I see an actual smile on Cyrus's face for maybe the first time ever.
Cool. I appreciate it.
We're gonna be great. You're gonna be the best tree in the play.
I love how it's like just the highest energy girl and the lowest energy guy ever are into each other.
Rehearsal starts soon. I'll send you both the info. I guess I'll need to talk to you every day too, right?
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to ask me every time.
Oh, let's make a group chat.
Lena instantly pulls out her phone and starts tapping.
I'm not sure.
Done.
I feel my phone shake in my pocket, and I see Cyrus check his as well.
I guess that works. Anyway, thanks, both of you. See you at rehearsal.
See ya.
Imagine she bombs so bad, but she thinks people will forget the next day, but a video of it goes viral and no one forgets ever. If she was doing anything but standing as a fucking tree, yeah, that would totally happen.
Bye.
Cyrus takes off, leaving Lena and I by ourselves.
Thanks as well. I feel a lot better having someone else I know be there.
No prob. Although, I'm not so sure about being in front of a crowd. Plus, all the other actors will forget who I am unless I talk to them too.
Maybe we can make a really big group chat.
I mean, not unheard of.
Well, I'm sure it'll be fine if you're just gonna be an extra. It'd be a bigger problem if you were gonna have a speaking role.
Yeah, that's true. Have you ever been in a play before?
Not since I was in school, but I know the story and the part, so it should be okay. Now that I've decided, I'm gonna do my best.
Now she seems more like the Lena I know, fiery and full of energy. That was a surprisingly easy emergency to deal with.
In fact, I'm gonna go start practicing. See you soon!
I wave goodbye as Lena leaves. I'm not entirely sure what I've gotten myself into, but I guess I'll find out soon enough. Not long after the sun went down, it started to get pretty cold. Clouds came in out of nowhere, and so did the wind. I find myself sitting in the windowsill looking out before I go to sleep for the night. It's cozy in here, and I have plenty of extra blankets if I need them. My breath fogs up the window, but the cold stays on the other side. Up on Mount Victoria, though, in the trees and valleys, must be miserable out there. I wonder where Silver is, and how she deals with the rain. Does she make a hole and burrow underground like I used to? Or maybe she finds somewhere dry to sneak into, like an empty shed or abandoned house. She's rude and abrasive, and hasn't said a single nice thing to me. I hope she's safe anyway. As the only other Gumiho I've met, I can't help but care about her. Just a little. I doubt she feels the same way about me, but that's okay. I wouldn't either in her shoes. Still, I know how bad it feels to be stuck out in the cold, with everything turning into mud around you, or shivering under a tree that blocks most, but not all of the rain. Wherever she is, I hope she's warm and dry. I wonder if that's the first time someone's wished that for her. The next day, the rain has stopped, but it's still gross and wet outside. Dreary, as Aspen put it. Still, it's as busy a day as I've ever seen at the library. My main job is stopping people at the door and getting them to wipe the mud off their shoes before they go in. I care a lot about it because my secondary job is cleaning mud up off the carpet. The door swings open and a big Cyclops stomps in, looking around.
Hiya! Welcome to the library. Wipe your feet before you come in.
Ah, pardon. I won't be here long. I don't mean to get in your way. I'm just looking for a friend.
Oh, it's the same as the fisherman guy. Same VA. Also, I like the idea of just a very, large, bulky, but over-polite Cyclops.
Who's your friend?
Oh, no one. I'm sure he said he'll be here, but I don't see him. I'll try again later.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do apologize if I got any dirt on your floor.
Apologizing all the way back out the door, the Cyclops leaves as quickly as he came. The door stays shut, which gives me a minute to find some fresh towels and rags. Once the entryway is as tidy as I can get it, I sit down behind the desk and work on my reading and writing. I'm glad that she's still working at it. It isn't long before the door swings open again, but it shuts before anyone enters, and I can hear grumbling from outside.
Come on, Pippa. At least hold the door.
I'm protecting the notebook. You get the door.
Here, let me.
The door pops open one more time, and 3 kids in matching uniforms trudge in. 2 of them, including one carrying a notebook, who must be Pippa, look around in awe while the other girl approaches me.
Hello there, miss. My name's Cello.
That's a cute name.
My friends and I are here
weekend for a class trip, and we're supposed to research and put together a project on a special place in Wellington. We were hoping you might have some suggestions for where to start.
Hey, I'm Miho. But, I'm not the best person to ask, really. I've only lived here for a couple months. But I know a couple people who might be able to help. One of them's at work right now. The other one also lives here at the library, but she's asleep right now.
Did you say she lives here?
And did you say also?
Armand, Pippa, please. I'm sorry my two friends don't know how to not be so nosy.
Okay, so Cello's a mergirl. Pippa is clearly some kind of rabbit person. I have no idea about Armand, though. He has, like, squirrel ears and angel wings? The fuck?
It's fine, it's fine. Julie, she's the one who owns this place. And I both live here. I have a room upstairs.
That sounds like it would be too good to be true. Think about it. You'd have all kinds of books around for inspiration.
Or just for reading. It'd be impossible to get bored in a place like this.
You'd be surprised. But you guys aren't the first ones to say that.
Is it alright if we look around?
It is a library, you know. They're meant for looking around.
It's still polite to ask.
Yep, it's fine. Let me know if you need help finding anything.
She didn't tell them to wipe the mud off their shoes.
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
The noisy pair head off to browse the books. Although they seem like carefree kids, I can tell that they're handling the books with respect, as Juliet would say. The third girl, Cello, stays by the desk.
Ms. Miho? Since you're new here, would it be alright if I asked you a few questions about your experiences?
She seems like a good kid. She also has a notebook with her, although it's smaller than Pippa's. It reminds me of the ones Aspen always carries with her.
Sure, I don't mind. But, like I said, I don't know much about Wellington, or New Zealand at all.
That's okay. It's why I wanted to ask. I also haven't lived in Amarina for very long. I'm not even from the underworld. My family and I just moved there, so I don't know it the same way Armand and Pippa do.
Wait, where the fuck is Amarina? Hang on, I'm gonna Google this real quick. Is that a real place, or is that, like, made up? Amarina. Nope, fictional place.
I hope that didn't sound weird.
I know what you mean. Don't worry. I'm not from the underworld either. Go ahead, ask away.
Thank you.
She takes a seat in one of the chairs near me, tail curling around one of the legs.
Is there anything you wish you'd known before you came here?
Looking out the window, I can see my answer.
I wish I'd known how Rainier was going to be. I wasn't prepared for it at first.
Do you not like the rain? I love it. It reminds me of being home in the ocean.
She flaps her tail enthusiastically. Aw, what a good bean.
I wish it would rain every day. That was one of the hardest things to get used to when my family moved on shore to Amarina. It's so dry, even with the canals. Is there anything that makes this city different from others you've been to? Or anything you miss?
It's hard to say. I've made more friends than I have anywhere else. Maybe it's something about the people. Everyone I've met has been really friendly. So, there's not too much that I don't have here.
Oh, that's good to know. It's not always easy for me to talk to people, so I've been worried about doing this report.
I want to give her a head pat. It's like, you're a good kid. Good luck on your research project thing.
I'm the same way. I think you're doing just fine.
Thanks, Ms. Miho. Did you ever have a project like this when you were in school?
Miho, school. No.
Well, I didn't really go to school, so to speak.
I'm several hundred years old. Don't worry about it.
Were you homeschooled?
Something like that. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I just have one more question. Do you have a favorite place in Wellington so far?
My favorite place.
Okay, so this doesn't affect anything. This is just for flavor. But I'm 100% saying the library for the Juliet route.
Right here at the library. It's where I can relax, have a meal, or take a nap. Being out in the city is fun, but nothing beats being at home.
That does sound really nice. I think it's hard to feel like you belong somewhere until you find a special place for yourself.
After writing down all my answers, Cello puts down her pen.
Maybe that's the problem. No matter what, it's going to be hard for us to write if we don't see anything for ourselves. Thanks for answering all my questions. We're going to be here all week, so we'll probably...
Anytime.
Oh,
Good
shit.
luck with your project.
I hate when I do that and accidentally skip a thing.
Thank you. I'll go make sure my friends aren't causing any problems either.
Juliet route. I'm just pulling up the guide to make sure that I haven't, like, done anything wrong. That's the Aspen route. Okay, so we're good for now. They're not, luckily, and after a while, all three of them leave the library again.
Nice kittens.
We can go anywhere. So, where is... Oh, we can't go to the den. Let's go to the gardens. I had intended to take a walk through the botanical garden, but my usual route is being blocked by a small wedding ceremony. I didn't know a place like this would rent out a space for weddings, but I guess it makes sense. Lots of good scenery for wedding photos. Weddings, huh? If I got married here, what would be the best flower to kiss the bride in front of? Specifically talking about a bride. Miho is the big gay. Maybe, like, one that smells really good, so that I'm making a pleasant face if anyone takes a photo. Not that I think any of that will ever happen, but, you know, it doesn't hurt to imagine. Later that evening, sitting up in my bedroom, I take a spot on the windowsill again and look out.
I wonder if those kids found something to write about.
We get students visiting the library all the time, but I've never met any who come from so far away like Cello and her friends. I wonder what it must be like to go on a big adventure like that with the people you care about. I bet it would make traveling more fun to have someone to talk to. It'd be nice if I was able to do that. I like being here in Welly, but I know that someday I'll have the urge to journey again and see more of the world. I'd love to show Juliet some of the places I've been. She's helped me make Wellington my home, so I'd like to show her where I came from. What made me who I am. That's part of why I have such mixed feelings about what she told me yesterday. Even if she did go back to the underworld, it isn't like I'd never be able to see her again. It would just be a lot less often. We've seen each other a little bit today, but haven't really talked much since breakfast. I'd like to spend time with her, though, especially if I may not have many more chances to do that. I slip on my shoes and head down to her study, where there's a flicker of lamplight from under the door. I knock 3 times, just like she always does.
Come in.
I open the door to find her at her desk, a pen in her hand. Of course, she smiles when she sees me.
Good evening, Miho. What brings you here?
Not much. I just wanted to come see you. Are you busy?
Not at all. Would you like to sit?
Yeah, sure.
She sets her pen aside and puts some papers into a drawer as I sit down across from her. They probably come from one of her research projects. In my head, that's the main thing she uses this room for.
Would you like some tea?
Nah, I'm good. Thanks.
She prepares a cup for herself as we sit there quietly. I realize that I actually don't have a plan for how to hang out together. It feels easier to talk to Aspen a lot of the time, mostly because she likes to tease me or has things to complain about. When I'm with Juliet, we talk less, which I don't mind myself. It's not that I don't like talking with her, of course, but more like I don't always have something to say. Aspen has her writing in the Bell House, whereas Juliet just has the library and the past. A scratching noise in the corner gets my attention, and I look over to see a couple of bats hanging from one of the rafters. Juliet follows my eyes, gazing fondly at the creatures.
Jasper and Fiddlesticks found it a little cold for their liking, so they've been warming themselves inside for a while.
His name is Fiddlesticks! That's so cute. Mentally, I thank the bats for giving us something to chat about.
How'd you come up with their names?
I call them after characters from books or acquaintances I once knew, for the most part. The names are more for me than for them.
Makes sense why one of them's named Orpheus.
Do they answer to them?
Oftentimes, yes. Although, I'm sure it's also a convenience for my sake.
Makes sense. Words are hard when you're just an animal. Back with my person, I could understand anything they said to me, just the way they said it. It took a long time as a Gumiho before I learned enough words to understand. Before that, they were just sounds I'd memorized.
I imagine it's like that for Fiddlesticks and the others. Just sounds that they can recognize. That's all language really is, though.
I'll never get over the fact that one of the bats is named Fiddlesticks. One of the bats flaps its wings, adjusting itself, but remaining hooked to the ceiling.
Do you ever talk to them as a bat?
No. Though I'm sure they can sense that part of me. I imagine it's why they chose the library as their roost.
I hope there's not just, like, bat shit on the floor.
Cosette used to call them pets. They've always been wild. Still, she was the one who first began naming them.
Whoa! They've been coming here for that long?
Not the same bats, mind you. The ones Cosette knew are long gone. Jasper, Fiddlesticks, and the others are from many generations later.
I mean, bats shit a lot, so I would assume so. I would just hope that they, like, you know, at least shit in, like, a corner or something, like, away from Juliet's desk.
I'm glad that somehow they had knowledge of this place passed down to them.
Just like the people.
Yes, just like them.
History, generations, family. It never really dawned on me how Juliet's built her entire life around these ideas. Hearing about her research for people was one thing, but it doesn't stop there. Even the bats have a legacy. And Juliet's been there for all of it. When I think about it that way, I feel like I can start to understand her reasons for wanting to leave. How much there is for her to miss. But also, her words gave me an idea. I may struggle with saying things sometimes. Same. But maybe we don't have to use words to have fun.
Hey, do you want to go somewhere?
I don't mind. But what did you have in mind?
I was thinking maybe we could go for a walk. Since we're not always awake at the same time like this, I wanted to spend some time with you.
Aww. Juliet blinks several times, something I've seen Aspen do when she's surprised, before settling into her usual calm warmth.
I'd like that very much. But isn't it late for you?
It's fine. I'm not that tired. Besides, you're always staying up to talk with me, so it's only fair.
I see. I certainly can't say no to that.
Okay.
Oh shit, I cut off half Juliet's line. Gotta stop doing that. I go downstairs to wait, leaning against the front porch. I may not be able to show her the places I want to, but I can show her one of my favorite things instead. Juliet joins me after a minute, and I lead us off.
It's been a while since we've gone on a walk like this, hasn't it?
Yeah. When we delivered some papers, right? I just started staying at the library last time.
And now here you are, leading the way. Are we going to Mount Victoria by chance?
Yup. Is that okay?
Of course. It's been quite some time since I've been there either.
Was the last time when you came to my den?
Indeed it was. You've gone back a few times though, correct?
Yeah. It's one of my favorite spots.
I leave out the part about going back to my den in particular, since it involves Silver.
Actually, there were these kids who came into the library today. One of them asked me some questions like what my favorite place in Wellington is. They're doing a school project, so they'll probably come back again.
That's lovely. You've become a Wellington expert.
I don't know about that. I told them you and Aspen would probably be more helpful. They came all the way from another country.
Oh, how nice. I'd be happy to assist if they do return.
Cool! I'm sure they'd like that.
Streetlights illuminate the way for us, although neither of us would really have trouble seeing in the dark. We don't see any other pedestrians, and the cars that pass by are few and far between. I want Juliet to vampire wallop Silver for bullying her girlfriend. Mood. We reach the mountain, and I guide us off the trail and into the brush, although I take a different direction than usual. I'm not looking for Silver this time, although I wouldn't be surprised if she's observing silently close by. After a little bit of walking, I find an area that fits what I was hoping for. Open and away from the path. When I stop, Juliet looks around, understandably confused.
What is this place?
Just an open area. I've never been here before. Seeing the bats in your office gave me an idea, though.
And what might that be?
I just want to go for a walk, like I said. Except not in these forms, but our other ones.
I haven't seen Juliet turn into a bat yet, so let's go.
I know we just came all the way here, but you said you don't spend much time as a bat, right? I haven't been spending a whole lot of time as a fox lately either, but it's something I like to do. So, maybe...
Something something animal magnetism joke, something something. I trail off, a little nervous. Maybe I should have told Juliet my idea before making her come all the way out here, in case she doesn't want to. To my relief, though, her face lights up the night.
I'd love to.
Yay!
Okay, cool.
I can't help but grin in response. Then I close my eyes, focusing on my bead and tapping into my magic. When I transformed a couple of nights ago to track Silver, it felt a little stiff and unfamiliar because it was my first time doing it in a while. Now it feels natural again. I open my fox eyes and spread my tails, looking up at Juliet, who hasn't changed yet. She regards me curiously. Now that I think about it, she's never seen me like this before. I imagine it's one of those massive horse head bats instead of the cute little bat. No! That'd be terrifying. Whatever she might be thinking, though, she keeps to herself. Instead, she closes her eyes like I did and lifts her arms to her sides. No, she's the tiny cute bat with the little nose and Her limbs shrink like mine before expanding back out into the shape of wings as she becomes a bat. She gives them a few shaky flaps, fighting to keep herself in the air. It takes a few more flaps, but she gets the hang of it quickly, coasting in a circle over my head at an even pace. Once I'm sure she's ready, I turn tail and start to run. Oh, this scene is so cute! Ah! Even Fox Miho is just like, yeah, I'm having a good time. And the little V smile on Juliet's bat form. Oh, I love this. The route started off with sads, but I'm very glad that we got to see this. The cool night breeze rushes across my fur. Beneath my feet, the earth is soft and damp and perfect for running on. I turn my head to the side to get a glimpse of Juliet. Her eyes are focused straight ahead, and she glides through the air like a knife through butter. She follows me effortlessly as I run up and down the hills and through a field. Being able to let loose and just run like this is something I've missed doing. I push myself to go even faster, challenging Juliet to keep up. With a few powerful wing strokes, she manages to stay above me, close enough that I can feel the gust of air with each flap. For someone who hasn't done this in a while, she seems to be in pretty good shape. Since I don't have any particular destination in mind, I just lead us wherever seems greenest and most open. Above us, the stars twinkle merrily while they watch. Suddenly, from the trees in the direction we came from, there's the sound of more wings flapping. Juliet and I both turn to see a small flock of other bats coming to join us. Oh, yay! Unlike her, I'm pretty sure these are just regular bats, but they dash and dart around us, following along like they were supposed to meet us here. That's so good. I can't tell what Juliet's thinking, but I hope she's having as much fun as they are, and as I am. At the very least, it's something new for her. That has to count for something. I run and run until I've just about worn myself out. As my pace slows down, so does Juliet, until I'm only moving at a slow trot. Juliet has to flap her wings more to stay close, turning circles like the other bats accompanying us. Finally, once I reach a flat, grassy area, I come to a halt. I transform back into a person and flap down on my back, looking up at the sky and Juliet.
Alright, I'm beat.
Juliet comes closer to the ground and then changes forms herself. The bats who were with us squeak and disperse, fluttering off in all different directions, like, oh, imposter! I wave goodbye to them while Juliet watches them go. Then she takes a seat on the ground beside me. Betrayer!
My, I haven't had a workout like that in years.
She fans herself with one hand. It's the first time I've ever seen her look worn out.
It's been a bit for me too. You did pretty good though. I was afraid I might leave you behind by accident.
I certainly had to push myself at times. I'm impressed by you as well. It's much more strenuous to run that far compared to flying.
Nah, I'm pretty used to it. Didn't think we'd have company though.
Nor did I. It was nice to have them join us.
This is just so cute. My heart's gonna blow up. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Juliet gazes up at the stars, looking content.
Thank you, Miho. That was quite nice.
Glad you had fun. Wasn't sure if you would or not.
It's not the kind of thing I'd have ever done by myself, I'll admit. But I'm glad you brought me out here.
Hearing Juliet's words, and more importantly, being able to see on her face how much she means them, makes me feel good, even without many words between us. Rolling over onto my belly, I push myself up and stand.
You must be worn out. Shall we head back to the library?
I half expected for Miho to like roll over on her belly and be like, okay, nap time.
Yeah, I'm ready if you are. I'll sleep good tonight, that's for sure.
Juliet laughs.
I'll start breakfast a little later in the morning then.
Oh. I reach out a hand to help her get to her feet. At first, Juliet just stares like she's not sure what she's supposed to do. But then she grabs it and I pull her up.
Wanna do this again sometime? We don't have to transform, but I want to see your favorite places too.
I would love to. Yes, it's a promise.
Kiss. Kiss! Looking up at her honest, gentle smile illuminated by the moonlight. I want her to stay. I have to give her a good reason to stay. Oh. Oh, my heart. I hope they at least get together by the end of this chapter. Alright, let's see. Here we go. As evening rolls around, I walk down to the waterfront for a special treat. Both days so far that I've checked in with Mr. Kim, he's been enjoying some kind of delicious-looking meal that his wife prepared. When I mentioned how often I miss Korean food, he promised to treat me to dinner tonight. Most of the times that I've gone to the fishing spot, it was with food on my mind. I wouldn't have expected this to be the first meal I actually get out of it. The pier is mostly empty when I get there, aside from Mr. Kim himself. He waves merrily as I approach.
Oh, mijo, annyeong.
I wish I understood Korean so much right now. Being greeted in Korean surprises me, and it takes me a second to respond properly.
안녕하세요.
Your roommate does? That's so cool. I'm more than a little rusty when it comes to speaking Korean, but I think I managed to sound okay. Still, using the common language is a lot easier at this point.
Glad you could join me. I've brought us a feast.
Sure enough, he has a few bags full of plastic containers sitting by his chair.
Ooh, thanks. I've been looking forward to this for hours.
Me too. There's nothing like a home-cooked meal to wrap up the day.
Also, I just love how he's, like, so about his family. There's nothing cooler than a wife guy.
Go ahead and have a seat.
He gestures to another chair, as well as a small folding table with a cloth draped over it. It's pretty much like a formal greeting. Apparently there's like 10 depending on rank, gender, and familiarity, but that's the most common one. Oh, cool. Thank you. Learning new shit today.
Don't mind if I do.
Alright, hang on. I actually need to take a drink real quick. Mr. Kim hands me a plate and a small bowl, and then starts stacking the food on the table. I watch as he lifts box after box from the bags. Parents lost my birth certificate and waiting on a replacement. Oh, dude, I feel that pain. I lost mine a few years ago, and then had to, file for the replacement. But that was before I realized I was trans, so now I'm waiting on getting my updated birth certificate back with, the proper gender and everything. And I know that, so they sent the charge for the updated birth certificate. So I know that it's done and it's on its way, and I've been checking the mail every day, and I'm like, where is it? Lack of job money means I won't be able to go anyway. It'll happen eventually. If you want it enough, it'll happen eventually. I'm hoping I can still make it to Japan later this year. But, life is weird. You never know what's going to happen. Mr. Kim hands me a plate and a small bowl and then starts stacking the food on the table. I watch as he lifts... Oh, wait, no, I already read this. Okay. I'm reminded a little bit of Juliet back when I first got here. Although Mr. Kim accepted my explanation about my magic pretty easily, it's still awfully generous of him to do all this for my sake. I'm definitely not complaining, though. I can see kimchi and rice, plus a couple other things that I don't recognize or remember the names of.
This all looks delicious. Thanks for bringing it.
I'll tell my wife. She's the one who did the cooking, and she says she hopes that it reminds you of home.
Aww.
When was the last time you visited Korea?
It's been a really long time. I don't even know how many years.
No family back there?
Nah, I don't have any. I didn't have any friends until I came to Wellington either.
Ah, of course. But you do now, at least. We may go at different speeds, but eventually we all end up where we're meant to be.
Yeah, I never tried that hard before either. Now that I have a phone and stuff, it's a lot easier.
Well, here's to new old friends then.
He pours 2 cups of cold barley tea and hands me one. Then he retrieves an even bigger thermos and carefully fills 2 bowls with its contents. The aroma of chicken and garlic hits my nose the moment he takes off the lid. It's been years since I've had it, but I still recognize that smell immediately. Oh, garlic. I miss garlic!
Is that samgyetang?
It sure is. The nose knows, doesn't it?
The nose does know.
I don't know when the last time I had this was.
Aw, this is really sweet. The soup is made from boiling a chicken with ginseng, and there's sticky rice stuffed into the chicken. The last time I was in Korea, it was a special occasion whenever I was able to enjoy a bowl. Can't have garlic? Yeah, IBS means I can't have garlic or onions. Or a lot of things. One of my favorite snacks used to be just like, you know, like sliced bell peppers. Can't have those anymore. I'm supposed to have everything like lactose free if I can. It's pain. Because one of my favorite things to do is get a pizza and then get like the creamy garlic dipping sauce and then just like basically spread it on like another layer of sauce, and it is just, it's been a long time since I've had that. A very long time. It was a lot harder to steal compared to solid food, so the only time I could have had it was when I actually spent money to buy some. Modern day Korea is very different from the Korea that I came from, but I still have some good memories from my time there. Dipping pizza is so good, yeah. Finally, after pouring the soup, Mr. Kim hands me a spoon and a pair of chopsticks.
Let's dig in.
I have to carefully arrange all my dishes on the table and on my lap to make everything fit. He pops the tops of the various sides and serves me a bit of each. It's been a long time since I've used chopsticks either, but my hands remember how to hold them. All the food tastes even better than it looks, and it looks pretty good to begin with. From the spicy tang of the kimchi to the rich broth of the soup, everything is amazing. The barley tea is the perfect addition to wash everything down.
Go ahead and eat up. I can always have more at home.
He leaves most of the food for me, only nibbling on a few things. When all the containers are finally empty, I dig my chopsticks around to scrape up the last few bits and pieces.
That was so good. Thanks again.
Of course, of course. It's always a pleasure to share dinner with a friend.
Do you ever eat the fish that you catch?
Sometimes. Or sometimes I'll go purchase some from the market. Next time, I'll have to bring you some meontang.
Yes, please.
Mr. Kim chuckles, then slaps his knees and stands up. Knee slapper. It wasn't even a joke. Come on, Mr. Kim. I know you're a dad, but tone it down.
Well, it's about time for me to be heading home. Thanks for the company.
Thanks for the meal.
I help Mr. Kim bag up all the empty containers. He loads those into a basket on a bicycle, and then with one last wave, sets off on his ride. For a little bit longer, I stay on the pier and admire the sea, enjoying how pleasantly full I am. Then I start walking home as well. Oh, that was really cute. When evening rolls around again, I drift into Juliet's study once again. The door is open, and I can see her sitting at her desk inside.
Knock, knock.
Come in.
I take the seat across from her. I've started to think of it as my seat.
How was your day today?
It was fine. Not too much happened. Do you want to hang out again?
Come to have me make good on my promise already.
Only if you want to. It's fine if you're busy.
I'm never too busy to spend time with you.
Flirt, 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 flirt.
Great! Remember, it's your turn to pick where we go this time.
That would be interesting depending on when she would have left Korea. In the last 60 years, there's been so many changes of the languages, she might not understand modern Korean names for food and stuff. Good point. Not sure. I mean, obviously, it doesn't give us dates or anything. It doesn't even give us a date for, when this takes place, other than, just standard modern day. But also, with the way their world is, God, who knows?
Right. Give me just a moment to prepare, and then we'll be off.
God, you two better fucking flirt harder. We come to a stop near the ocean, just the two of us. Lights from the city shine behind us, and out on the water, a handful of others glitter from faraway ships. The tide comes in and out, but we stand just outside its reach. Everything is quiet, aside from the soft splashing of the water lapping at our feet. The crisp night air carries a trace of salt. Side by side, Juliet and I both gaze out at the open sea.
It's beautiful.
Juliet nods. During the day, this beach is full of people laughing and playing or relaxing in the sun. This late, however, there are only a few others around, barely more than shadows against the sea.
So this is your favorite place?
Keeping her eyes fixed on the distant horizon, Juliet hesitates before answering.
One of them, yes. I'm not sure that I could choose one above all others. I've always loved the ocean, though. Find it calming and serene. Did you know that there are no oceans in the underworld?
Oh.
Really? No, I didn't know that.
I fucking swear, Juliet needs to call Miho Foxy at least once. Normally I'd think it's a weird flirt, but it would be funny for this. I'm upset that that's not in the Aspen route. God damn, Aspen's witty. She'd fucking be on that in a second.
It's true. There are lakes and rivers, but nothing like the sea. I never even witnessed it as a human. When I heard stories, I thought that surely they were exaggerated. Imagine my surprise when I saw it for myself.
Maybe Aspen thought it'd be racist or something. You know what? Good point.
Whoa.
I think back to the first time I saw the sea, when I followed Jung-Yin's trail all the way to its end.
I didn't even know it existed until I saw one. And when I did, I thought it was just a really big lake.
You must have been just as surprised as I was.
Mm-hmm. I got on the boat and it took me to China. Not that I knew that. I didn't even know what Korea was, or that I'd left it.
I'm sure it didn't take you long, though. You learned very fast.
Only sometimes. There's some stuff that I learned really slowly.
Yeah, like romance.
As do we all. As do we all.
The second time she says it, her voice is softer, almost as if she didn't mean to speak aloud. We stand together in silence again for a couple minutes.
I used to come here all the time. Just to stand and watch the waves. They're calming, I think.
Yeah. It makes me feel really small. Since no matter what, the ocean stays the same, you know?
Well, that's because, Miho, you are small.
It doesn't care about us. Or about our lives. It just is.
Juliet nods.
Precisely. I couldn't have said it better.
Did you come here by yourself?
Sometimes. Not always. Cosette loved the ocean too, of course. When she was young, she used to say that she wanted to be the captain of a ship and sail all around the world and see all there was to see.
Did she ever do it?
No.
No. The first time she set foot on a boat, she got terribly seasick and never boarded one again.
Aww.
We go to the beach often, though. This one or others. Even if she couldn't live that dream of hers, she never stopped loving the idea. After she passed away, I would return here on my own nearly every night. Sleep was impossible, but I could gain some measure of peace and rest just by watching the tide. Its constant, reliable motion was something I could hold on to. It ebbs and flows, just like life itself.
I glance up at Juliet, half expecting to see tears in her eyes, but there aren't any. Her voice is strong and stable too, not trembling like she's going to cry. She looks down, meeting my gaze, and smiles. For a long moment, neither of us look away. I just had a drink like 2 minutes ago. And like, look at this. This is a moment. Alright, let's see. Killing the flow? Killing the mood! You might be actually doing some romantic shit. It's like that moment in the library when I felt we were seeing each other for the first time. As we look into each other's eyes, I feel my heart start to beat faster. Yes! Finally! It is anticipation. Oh god, I haven't seen Rocky Horror in years. Even after she peers back out at the water, I feel electrified. Something begins to swirl inside me and take a shape that I'm starting to understand.
I spent so long in misery and grief that I began to forget it was possible to exist without them. Everything was a painful reminder of what I'd lost, and days that would never come again. And yet, I find that the ocean is still beautiful. Even now, it's more beautiful when beside something special. Impossibly, unchangingly so. As you said, in the face of such vastness, our petty little lives feel so tiny and insignificant. Years of pain that may feel eternal are really only drops in such a big, big bucket. I think that's what helped me to find some measure of solace and strength to go on.
I'm glad you did.
Me too.
Up in the sky, the blinking lights of a satellite or airship are another reminder of how life goes on around us. They look just like the stars. Standing here next to Juliet, I feel the same kind of quiet warmth that I did last night after our run together. Something from inside myself that feels good and strong and right. The trials and pains that we've been through are very different in nature, but I'm glad that they brought us to the same spot. Beside me, Juliet takes a couple steps forwards, a smile on her face.
Would you care to walk a little?
Sure.
We move slowly, following the shoreline, close enough together that I keep bumping into her. The sand does make it hard to walk straight. That's true. Walking in a straight line in the sand, fuck that. Juliet doesn't seem to mind, though, and for some reason, every time it happens, I feel a little spark of excitement inside. You know what that is, mijo. You fucking know what that is. The tide sloshes in a little bit higher, enough to sweep against our shoes, but we keep going. Shells and seaweed decorate the beach, and I take care not to step on anything that might break. We walk until we reach the far end of the beach, where a few stacked boulders and a pathway lead back into town. The boulders are worn down by the waves that sometimes reach here, and the grass path stops abruptly just before it. I notice something in the dark, though. A little green sprout peeking up from the ground, beyond where the rest of the plants dare grow. Smooch that bat! Yeah! Juliet and I stop walking, but my heart continues to pound with a dull thud as that swirling something, that electrified feeling, makes me realize what it is. Smooch that bat! Smooch that bat! I got you. Not just realize, but admit to myself. The name of that spark, that feeling, the reason it feels good to stand next to her, to bump into her, to make her smile.
Hey, Juliet?
Somehow, I don't feel nervous. Not like Aspen was. Because now that I understand, saying this to Juliet just feels right. Just a step or two ahead of me, Juliet turns around to face me. The moon shines down like a spotlight, illuminating her in the darkness. Her expression is unreadable, and I wonder if she knows.
I think I'm in love with you.
A small wave crests, smashing against the shore. It splashes my legs, but I don't mind. I barely notice. I consider saying more about how I remember her words that day when Aspen told me her own feelings, or about how I feel when I'm with her. For once, there's a lot I could say, but I choose not to. I've said all that I need. With Juliet, so much has always been unspoken that I'm confident that she can understand me now. Right now, her eyes go wide, but otherwise, she remains unchanged. I wait. Now that I've said that, I don't know what I hope she'll say. Thinking about myself as the kind of person who could be in love still feels weird, but also feels true. Whatever else that might include, and whatever else Juliet might feel about me, that's a whole other issue. So is everything else between us, like whether or not she'll be leaving. No matter if she stays or goes, no matter if she feels the same way I do, none of that's important right now. Right now, I'm just glad to be able to put a name to these feelings. Finally, Juliet takes a step forward and places a hand on my shoulder. She's touched me like that lots of times before, but this time I'm hyper aware of her presence.
Thank you for telling me, Miho. I must confess that I don't know what to say. My thoughts are all aflutter right now.
Aww. Made her flustered.
It's okay. You don't have to say anything. I just wanted you to know.
But you deserve a response. I simply don't know how to give it at the moment. Would it be okay if we talked about this more tomorrow? I just...
Aww. For the first time ever, Juliet seems truly at a loss for words. At Cosette's grave, or when I yelled at her afterwards, or any other time something has happened, she's always managed to regain her composure. But now she seems lost. Honestly, I think I prefer it that way. I reach up and place my hand on hers.
Yeah. That's fine. Really.
Thank you.
Juliet's hand lingers on my shoulder for a moment longer before sliding out from beneath mine, and I miss it as soon as it's gone.
Wanna go back to the library?
She nods, seemingly relieved. We climb the small slope up to the road and begin walking back together, side by side like before. I keep my gaze firmly fixed ahead of me, and I'm pretty sure she does too. Both of us keep our thoughts to ourselves. My heart turns somersaults as we go, filling me with nervous energy without an outlet. Now that I've said them, the enormity of my words and just what they mean for me has begun to sunk in. Juliet's kindness and compassion, the memories we've already made together, and the way she understands me in a way that only other fabled can. All those things have been pointing in this direction for some time. It's just that I only now figured out where that road was leading. When we get back to the library, we wordlessly hug each other before going our separate ways. Oh. In my bed, I lie awake and stare at the ceiling.
I'm in love.
I know what I sound like when I'm lying, and it's not how I sound now. My feelings are real and true, and now they're out there. Tomorrow feels so far away, and yet I don't know what I'm waiting for. What would it mean if Juliet loves me too? What would it mean if she doesn't? I'm still figuring out what it means for me to be in love myself. I haven't gotten to the other parts yet. As I close my eyes, though, thinking about her hand beneath mine and the feeling of her arms around me, I can't help but think maybe I am hoping for more than I can admit. They're making us fucking wait. I wanted it to go to the part where they talk about it. It's fine. It's fine. The Lena stuff will be a good, like, laugh break. And then we can go back into the mushy stuff. Only a few days after I agreed to be in a play with Lena and Cyrus, it's time for the first rehearsal. Although I'm not going to be as involved in it as they are, I still want to see what everything is like. I head to the park and find the area that's been set up to practice. When I get there, I find a bunch of people waiting, more than at any of the other activities I've tried with Lena. Most of them are reading through thick packets of paper, standing alone or in small groups. Lena's one of the people on her own until I go and join her.
Hey, Miho! Ready to be a tree?
This is where I would put my arms out in, like, funky branch poses and be like, done!
As ready as I'll ever be. What about you? Are you nervous?
Me? Nervous? No way!
She's such a bad liar.
So that only happens when it comes to Cyrus, huh?
That fucking smug look. I gotta make a smug Miho emote.
Maybe just a little. That's different, though. Hey, you should go find him and get a copy of the script, too.
She doesn't need it. It isn't hard to locate Cyrus. He's surrounded by a few boxes of props, snacks, and other supplies. Like Lena promised, or maybe threatened, he's been included in on our check-in calls to make sure he remembers me. He nods when he sees me approaching.
Oh, it's my favorite tree.
Hey! Lena said I should get a copy of the script.
That's a pretty good idea. Let me find yours.
Okay, so, like, is he the director as well? Or just the producer? He digs through a bunch of copies of the script until he finds one with my name on it.
Here you go. I marked all the parts where you'll be on stage.
I flip through the pages. A few sections are circled in red pen. I'm glad he did that because it'd take me a long time to read through the whole thing on my own.
Feel free to relax for today. We'll do some dry reads and not much else.
Okay, I can do that.
I wander back to Lena, who's boldly speaking to no one.
But Mother, today is my birthday. It's not necessary to...
She stops, shaking her head.
Maybe a bit more whiny.
Siegfried wouldn't be whiny.
Oh, Miho! Tell me which one you think sounds better.
She repeats the line she was just practicing twice, just like when she made a drink to compete with Aspen. I have a hard time telling the difference.
The second one.
Okay, I thought so too.
I love Lena. She's just a big goober.
In ballet, you don't have to worry about talking or sounding good? This is harder than I thought.
Have you done the ballet version before?
Nah, but I've seen others perform it a million times.
I'm surprised Miho knows that there's a ballet version of this play.
I'm sure I'd end up doing
Is she an angel or something? No, she's a so she's she's a fabled like, all the other non-humans. But it's brought up that she's a swan. So that's why Miho said that seems weird, like the roles are reversed, that Cyrus is going to be the Swan Princess and that Lena's going to be Siegfried. Which I think is a cute take on it.
Why'd you quit? I never really got the chance to ask before.
Lena looks off into the distance, seeming unusually serious. Blech. Her wings sag and she bites her lip.
It's kind of complicated.
Going against typecasting? It's great.
Mostly because my parents really wanted me to do it. Like, really wanted. Ballet or dancing or anything like that. But I'm just like, hello? Can you get any more cliche than a swan girl doing ballet?
There you go.
Any of that stuff. That's one of the reasons I wasn't sure about saying yes to Cyrus.
I should have just waited a minute.
I don't get it. What's so bad about that?
They're always like, do this, do that, it's tradition, it's expected, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to live my life like that, you know? I want to do my own thing.
So you quit ballet because you don't like it?
I do like ballet, and I'm good at it too. But if I kept doing it, it wouldn't be for myself. Does that make sense?
For a big goober, she actually gives some things a lot of consideration.
I think so.
It reminds me of some of the conversations I've had with Aspen and Juliet, where they encourage me to do things for myself. Lena's in the same situation, but from a different angle.
Anyway, now that I've said yes to doing this, I'll do my best. I've got to be the best actor in the whole performance.
Well, you are the lead. That sounds more like the Lena I know. I let her practice her lines to me, sometimes saying the lines for other characters if she asks for it. Eventually, Cyrus calls everyone together to do some parts as a group. I sit on the sidelines and watch. Both Lena and Cyrus give it their all, just like Lena promised. Some of the other actors sound a little bored or unsure of themselves, but those two don't have any issues. After a while, Cyrus calls an end to the rehearsal, and we all go our separate ways until next time. Ooh. Dream sequence, I guess. My paws carry me across wet leaves and mud. Fog has crept into the forest as stealthily as me. Glimpses of the sky are rare between the trees and the mist. The wild mountains and hills are hidden as well, out of sight, but not mind. I run filled by a sense of purpose. It lightens my steps and pulls me in the right direction. I'm going to see someone I care about very much, and who cares about me. Somehow, we found each other. My person. Okay, so this is probably like a memory of her seeing Jung-in, because she doesn't call anyone else her person that I know of. The path to follow is engraved in my body and mind, almost instinctual. A warm smile, a gentle touch, a kind word. These are the things that draw me forward. I slow down as I get closer to my destination, and to the silhouette waiting for me. Okay, yeah, definitely Jung-in. It's impossibly bright as I approach, my heart pounding in anticipation, like the sun has descended to greet my person too. It matches the feeling in my chest, warming my soul and fur. So bright that when my person turns around, stooping low to greet me, light is all that I can see. But I don't need to see, only hear. The voice that I could never forget.
Little fox, where is your home?
It got mixed with Juliet's voice. Let's go! I opened my eyes to my darkened bedroom. My nap must have lasted a couple hours, longer than I expected it to. The moon and stars are already out. I can barely remember what I did with the rest of my day before I took my nap. Breakfast with Juliet was quiet, and we didn't talk about last night. I'm sure she'll bring it up when she's ready. After a quick check-in with Aspen on the phone, I went through work like a zombie, mindlessly making my way through my tasks. After closing up, I'd planned to just catch a quick snooze, but the late nights and exercise I've been getting finally caught up to me. Didn't I make the joke last time about the person being Juliet, and even though it wasn't true, it was kind of there? I don't remember, but goddamn, that's a good call. The last few seconds of my dream replay in my mind while I lie in my bed facing the wall. That touch, that voice, I can't say for sure whose they were. As I come to my senses, I start to notice something out of the ordinary. A sound drifting up from downstairs. Music. Rolling out of bed, I go and crack my door open. Sure enough, the sounds of a violin and a piano waft their way up from the library. I still love Miho's jammies, they're so cute. There's another sound too. Juliet talking to someone. Her words are muffled by the distance and the music, but I can tell from the soft tones that it's her. Little shirt pocket, yeah. I wonder if the other vampire, Ezekiel, is here. I don't hear a second voice, though, so she's probably on the phone. I draw in a shaky breath to prepare myself, and then head downstairs. The music gets louder as I approach the main room until I finally discover its source. Juliet set up an old record player on one of the library tables. Big enough to fit a small bat? Oh, that's so good! I love that! A small stack of dusty records sits next to it, the sleeves all frayed around the edges. As I round the corner, the soft murmur of Juliet's words becomes coherent, and I pause for a moment to listen, still out of sight.
Both of them. You and Aspen would make great friends, I'm sure. The two of you have always been such dreamers, born for worlds greater than our own.
Interesting.
She's at the start of her own new adventure. I can't wait to see where it takes her. Whatever it takes to make those dreams come true, I know she'll find it within herself.
I start to tiptoe around the corner, curious to see who it is Juliet's speaking with.
And as for Miho,
I freeze again, halfway there.
there's simply too much to say about her. I wouldn't even know where to begin. There is one thing that I'm quite certain of.
I step around the wall to find Juliet at the other side of the room with her back to me. She stands near Cosette's portrait, one hand on the frame, the same as she placed it on my shoulder last night.
I'm sure you would have loved her too.
Both of us remain motionless, locked in place. Did I hear her right? Did I understand her right? A few seconds later, the song that was playing comes to an end, and the sound from the record player becomes soft static as the needle scratches the empty center. It breaks the spell that bound us. Juliet turns around slowly, gracefully. Her elegance feels like such a contrast to the way I stand there awkwardly, processing what I heard. She acknowledges me with a smile, but walks past me and goes to the record player. She carefully lifts the needle and turns the record over, and then lowers it again. Soon, the sound of music fills the air once more. She's introducing you to her daughter. Fucking adorable. It is so cute. Now Juliet approaches me, one hand outstretched towards me.
Shall we dance?
I think that's a good answer. I don't think Miho's gonna get a better answer than that.
I don't know how.
Even as I say that, I reach out for her as well, placing my hand in hers.
That's okay. It's quite simple. I'll show you.
Juliet gently pulls me forward, and I reach her in just a few steps. Oh, this is so cute! Oh, I love this! She holds our linked hands out to the side and wraps her other arm around me. I just kind of stand there, letting her guide me. My heart feels like it's going to jump out of my chest, but I keep myself calm, focusing on the motions instead. We sway from side to side in time with the music, just turning a small circle in place. It's harder than I expect, and I stumble more than once as I try to mimic what she's doing. I've never been this close to Juliet for so long before, or to any other person. We start to move more as Juliet takes tiny steps around the room, and I do my best to keep up with her, although I'm always half a beat late. Once I step on her foot by accident, and I'm the one who winces.
Sorry.
It's okay.
She takes it in stride, not missing a step. The song ends and another starts, and we keep going. Little by little, I'm getting the hang of it, although I still feel clumsy and make mistakes. But I'm able to get into the flow, stepping in time with Juliet instead of just after. Just inches away from my face, Juliet looks into my eyes, and I gulp nervously, but stare back, trying to focus on both her and my feet.
I've been thinking quite a lot about what you said yesterday.
Really?
Oh yeah?
My voice is barely a whisper, a croak. I can tell that I'm blushing furiously. Being with her like this, I have a feeling I already know what she's going to say, but that doesn't stop my heart from racing. Juliet nods, her forehead almost bumping against mine.
And?
She leans in and kisses me. Yeah! Finally! Aww. This is so cute! I'm die. Thank you forever. The music builds to a crescendo as Juliet's lips find mine, and we both close our eyes. I surrender all thoughts and fears, aware of nothing but the feeling of our kiss and the gentle rhythm of our dance. Juliet's fingers curl tightly around my hand, and I squeeze back, not needing any words to communicate. With her other arms still around me, Juliet holds me close and tight, and I wrap my free arm around her too. We rock and sway as I trust my body to do the thinking for me, and I find it easier to move in time with her. The two of us dance around the library as I let her lead and I follow, feeling warm and alive and complete. Even when we end our kiss, we stay like this, close together with hands linked tightly. The blush on her face is still there, but I think it looks good on her. I rest my head on Juliet's shoulder, and she tilts hers against mine.
And I love you, too.
Yay! Oh. My heart feels so full. As if she even needed to say it. Juliet and I talk and dance and kiss into the night. Ooh. Until sleepiness manages to overwhelm my excitement and I have to go to bed. Even as my head hits the pillow, I'm looking forward to waking up tomorrow and seeing Juliet again. When I do open my eyes a few hours later, that feeling of elation hasn't left me and gets me to bounce out of bed and get ready in a hurry. I stare at my own reflection in the mirror as I brush my teeth and wash my face. I don't look any different than usual, of course, but I half expected to. Also, that's neat, she's got pockets in her jammies. My lips tingle with the memory of Juliet's against mine and the tender look on her face. A look meant just for me. After I finish washing up, I hurry downstairs to breakfast, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I practically slide into the kitchen.
Good morning, Aspen.
It's not just Juliet sitting at the table, but Aspen too.
Good morn, Miho, to you.
Hello, Miho.
Although Juliet's greeting is pretty typical, there's a new warmth in her voice that makes me blush.
Morning! I thought you weren't going to be coming to breakfast anymore, Aspen.
She said not as much, not ever.
I said I wouldn't be here as frequently, not that I wouldn't be here at all. Besides, it's a special occasion. It's not every day that your two best friends start dating.
Eee!
You already know?
It hasn't even been a full day. It hasn't even been more than a few hours.
I hope you don't mind. I spoke with Aspen yesterday, in fact.
Nah, I don't. She'd figure it out pretty fast anyway.
Ah, I love this.
Actually, I was hoping I could talk with you as well, Miho. If that's alright.
Oh, sure. What is it?
Mind if we go outside?
Go on. I haven't started cooking yet, so it'll be a little while before breakfast is ready.
Okay.
I get up and head out the front door with Aspen close behind me. The two of us stand beside each other on the porch, the early morning sun just starting to shine over the hills. Late nights and early mornings, I've had plenty of both, but that's okay. I have things worth staying up for and things worth waking up early for. Next to me, Aspen fidgets with her hair and hat while I wait for her to find her words. I seem to be doing that a lot lately, too. I have an idea what the topic might be, but not what she wants to say about it. This is the first time we've been alone together since she went home.
So, Miho, you probably remember, even if I don't, that I, said some things to you last time we saw each other.
Yeah.
How could I forget? I swallow a lump in my throat, trying to just listen to Aspen without getting ahead of myself.
Although the actual memory, well, memories are a blur to me. I wrote a lot of my feelings down in my journal over the past couple months, including that evening after I left. It's weird, I have to say, to see all that written in my own handwriting, but not to connect to it or feel it anymore. But I can tell how much I treasured the time I spent with you. I hope that doesn't sound rude. I know you were and are a very, very important person in my life. And I'm very grateful for all the time we've spent together, both before and after that. You're still, or again, a dear friend of mine. Yesterday, Juliet told me about the two of you. She wanted to make sure I was okay with it before giving you an answer. I swear, she's selfless to a fault sometimes.
Yeah, just a little bit.
She really is.
Anyway, I told her that of course I don't mind. I'm perfectly happy with us remaining as just friends, and I couldn't be more excited for you. Both of you deserve all the joy in the world. I'd been trying to figure out how to talk to you about everything, and what I even wanted to say, so it was relief to have this reason to say it. I'm sorry for putting it off for so long.
It's okay. I wasn't sure how to bring it up either. I'm really glad though. I like being your friend and I don't want that to change, even if we had to start over.
I knew she would have written it down. He called it again. I hold out my arms and Aspen comes forward to give me a hug. It's different from hugging Juliet, of course, but still nice. Polycules are a thing. Come on, taste the pad on her breath. Oh my god, she's not gonna smell like bat. I'm sure Juliet showers. I'm also relieved to hear how Aspen feels and that she won't be hurt by seeing Juliet and me together. It's still painful to have lost all that time we shared, but at least we're both eager to rebuild it. Aspen pats me on the back before she steps away.
Well, I certainly feel much better after saying all that. Come on, let's go join Juliet again.
Right behind ya.
Back inside, there's a sizzling sound coming from the kitchen, as well as the delicious smell of cooking meat. Aspen and I enter to find Juliet frying bacon, as well as preparing the usual dishes.
That smells so good.
It should be ready before too much longer. Go ahead and sit down, and I'll bring it to you soon.
Okay.
We hardly ever have meat, so this is a rare treat. I used to have it a lot before moving into the library, even if I had to scrounge for it. Aspen and I take our places at the table, and soon Juliet brings all the food she prepared and sets it down. While Aspen and I both load up our plates and dig in, Juliet just nibbles on some bread and sips her tea contentedly.
You know, it's not fair that you always make us such good food, even though you can't taste it.
I don't mind. I'm perfectly satisfied seeing the two of you enjoy it.
Yeah, but you worked so hard. I guess there's no way around it, though, huh?
Oh, right. You mentioned that to me as well not long ago. So is all food the same to you?
I can still taste things, but just barely. And I can appreciate the textures of different dishes, too. But yes, for the most part, it's like an afterthought of flavor.
So, like drinking a flavored, sparkling water, then?
Yes and no. I mean, some of them are like that, it's like an aftertaste. But some of them are, generally pretty good.
I've grown accustomed to it over the years, to the point where I can't even remember what things used to taste like. Perhaps that's a blessing in disguise.
We make short work of everything Juliet cooked, not even leaving behind a crust of bread. After helping us clean up, Aspen departs for the Bell House, and Juliet and I are left alone at the kitchen table. I'm glad that we've gotten more comfortable with silence, because I'm not totally sure what I should be saying or doing now. As different as things may be, we're still the same people. Even though I want to talk with and be with Juliet more, I haven't magically become more eloquent. It'd be nice if my magic did work like that, though. The best thing to do would probably just to tell Juliet what I'm thinking. After all, it was being open about my feelings that got me to this point in the first place, so there's no reason to stop now.
Hey, so I have a question about something Aspen said. She said that you and I are dating now. Is that true?
Miho's like, what does this mean?
I guess what I mean is, I love you, and you said you love me too, so... now what?
Oh, sweet bean.
I know what dating is, but not how to do it, if that makes sense. You probably already know that, though. I just want to make sure I don't do anything wrong.
Oh. Good little foxo. Juliet stands, offering me her hand. I accept, of course, and stand up as well. She takes my other hand in hers and faces me, almost like we're dancing again.
There is no wrong way. Dating, lovers, partners, they're all just words. I'm happy to use any of them, if they feel right to you. What matters to me isn't what we call it, but what we feel. And I feel that being around you reminds me what it's like to exist, and to celebrate being alive, and to find joy in everyday moments. That every second we spend together is more special because you're with me. When I say that I love you, I mean that I love you, Miho. Not just who you could be or who we could be, but who you are now. So please don't feel that you have to change for me, or behave a certain way. Just being yourself is all that I can ask for.
My face feels so hot you could fry a slice of bacon on it. Aww. I'm not embarrassed, but Juliet saying all those things about me is so wonderfully new and exciting that my body doesn't know how else to respond. I like hearing them, though, and it helps put me at ease.
Okay. I can do that.
Still keeping my hands in hers, Juliet leans forward and kisses me, making my lips tingle again. I'm pretty sure I could get used to this. But can it last? That question permeates everything for me. For the past couple of days, it feels like we've danced around the tension, the unspoken question. Is what we have, whatever words we use to describe it, enough to make Juliet want to stay here? I shouldn't expect one night to make up her mind, and I'm sure she'll tell me when she's ready. If the answer is no, though, if I do get used to this, and being with Juliet, then will there ever be a time where I'm ready? Once again, I force those thoughts away. The nature of our relationship has changed, but my goals haven't. No matter what's coming in the future, I want to enjoy these moments with Juliet now, and hope that they'll be enough for her too. Like fanning myself, partly because it's just so precious, but also it's really fucking hot in here. Okay, let's see. Well, let's go to Cuba Street. Haven't been there with just Miho in a while. Good heavens, getting heart palpitations. Thankfully, it's not like that. It's a little hot out today, so I sit in the shade of a shop's awning and enjoy the small bit of air conditioning that floats out the front door every time a customer passes through. It makes me think about how funny humans are, so determined to stay in one place that they'll build entire machines to blow hot or cold air if the weather isn't to their liking. In nature, you either adapt or move on. As a fox, I love the heat. Hot weather means lots of fruits and bugs to snack on, and lying out in the brambles and letting my fur get all nice and warm. But in this form, well, it's a little less efficient. And I can't really pant the same way as I can as a fox. Or rather, I can, but people would stare at me funny. Come to think of it, why am I even here? I'm gonna go run around as a fox for a while. That's adorable. Oh, hey, the kids are back. The first guests of the day are the school kids from last Friday. They enter one at a time, not struggling with the door this time. The girl I talked to before, Cello, comes over to the desk.
Good morning, Ms. Miho.
The fuck?
Morning. How'd your project go?
Doesn't even click with Miho, but like... Why do you remember her name?
We're still
Yeah.
working on it.
Yeah, I know, right?
Some of us are. Some of us just want to wander around.
Maybe they wrote it down? Yeah, that's what it is.
It's not wandering if you have a destination.
Around isn't a destination.
Oh my god, you two, stop bickering. You'll start dating in like 3 or 4 years. They remind me of Lena and Aspen. Cello sighs and rubs her face. She must have to put up with this a lot.
Well, that's why I wanted to come ask for Ms. Miho's advice again.
Again?
Yeah, have you met her before?
What? She helped us just a couple days ago.
Pippa and Armand look at each other, puzzled. Even with her back to me, I can tell Cello is too. It even takes a moment for me to realize what happened. I've gotten so used to my friends remembering me that I didn't even think of how weird it was for Cello to remember too. I'm sure we haven't seen each other since the last time she was here, but she hasn't forgotten me. Couldn't even begin to guess why, yet somehow, as strange as it is, it just feels like another part of a bigger mystery, instead of a life-changing event. Another question that I can't answer. I'd love to know why, but I could spend all day guessing and still not figure it out. I'm sure she wouldn't be able to tell me either. Fish people are built different. So as weird as it is, there's no use in dwelling on it right now. When Cello turns back towards me, confusion on her face, I just shrug and smile.
It's fine. It's just a thing that happens.
The young mermaid doesn't look totally convinced, but she nods all the same.
Alright, if you say so. Actually, if it's fine with you, I had another question to ask.
Also, all three of the students have very blue eyes.
Ask away.
Last time, you told me about your favorite place. Are there any other spots in Wellington that you like?
She looks back at her friends, who are both distracted by some of the library decorations.
We're having trouble settling on a topic.
Before I can answer, Armand flaps his wings excitedly, blowing a couple nearby books open.
What if we did our project on this library?
There are libraries everywhere, even Amarina. What's so special about this one?
Hey! This is a library built on love.
There are coffee shops in Amarina too, but you still wanted to go to one. But besides, just look around. This isn't a normal library.
Watch Miho be like, it's not?
Right, Miss Miho?
That's true, I guess.
I haven't been to many other libraries, but I'm pretty sure they don't usually double as houses like this one does for Juliet and me.
Plus, we wouldn't have to walk around so much. What do you think, Cello?
I do like it here, but only if it's okay with you, Pippa, and with Miss Miho.
Pippa rolls her eyes, but shrugs.
Whatever, as long as we get it done.
All three of them turn to look at me, their expressions of varying degrees of hopeful. How could I say no to that? I try to think of how Juliet would respond.
It's okay. As long as you don't bother anyone or break anything.
We won't!
You're already going to bother someone if you keep yelling like that.
Oops.
Thank you so much. We'll be extra super careful.
No prob.
The three of them set off to explore the library, browsing the shelves and peeking into some of the display cases. I keep working on my daily tasks, but keeping one eye on the kids while I do. They're true to their word, though. They're mostly quiet and not too rowdy, so they don't cause any problems. Sometimes they sit down at one of the tables to write, and then get up to look around some more. They've been here for a little over an hour when Juliet comes downstairs and joins me at the front desk. I hop up out of my seat, pleasantly surprised.
Hey! I thought you were asleep. Not that I'm not glad to see you.
Gay!
I should be, but I wasn't able to fall asleep.
Oh.
After tossing and turning for an hour, I thought I'd come and visit you instead. How's the library today?
Fine, same as always, pretty much. Those kids I told you about the other day are back. They asked if they could do their project on the library, and I said that was fine as long as they didn't cause any trouble.
I point to the table where the three students are sitting close together, talking quietly amongst themselves.
Oh, how lovely. I hope they're able to find what they're looking for here.
Me too. Something really weird happened too. Two of them, Armand and Pippa, forgot me like usual. But the mermaid Cello was able to remember my name from last time.
Really? That is quite strange. You haven't noticed or felt anything different?
Nope. I decided not to think about it too much. Otherwise, I'll just drive myself crazy.
Valid.
A sound decision. Still, it's something worth keeping in mind.
I nod. Just then, Armand and Cello both stand up and start heading over to the desk while Pippa stays at the table.
Ms. Miho? Oh, and...
My name is Juliet. You must be Cello and Armand, right?
Does everyone here know our names? Don't tell me we forgot her too.
Oh, no, nothing like that. I simply heard from Miho.
Juliet's the one who owns the library. I think I mentioned her last time.
Oh, that's perfect. You see, we wanted to ask...
She blushes, looking a little embarrassed. Armand steps forward bravely.
Do you think you could show us around? I can tell this isn't an ordinary library, but I want to know more about it.
Sorry to ask for such a big favor, especially since you're already letting us work here.
It would be my pleasure. Miho?
Yeah, I don't mind. Juliet's a real expert, though.
Really? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh my god, they're literally talking to the librarian. From across the library, Pippa loudly shushes Armand. This time, he doesn't acknowledge her.
Where should we begin?
Our project is supposed to be on a special place in Wellington, so whatever makes this library special.
We can begin with the books then. I've been collecting them for quite a while.
The four of us head over to the shelves, where Juliet points out a few older books.
These are several first-hand accounts of life here in New Zealand, or Wellington in particular. Some are written by the indigenous people, the Maori, while others are by people who came later. It's important to read history from a variety of sources, and I've done my best to offer just that.
I love learning about the past. I can even tell you about the future too sometimes.
I quite agree. Every person from all walks of life have a perspective all their own. I've been privileged to learn so many of them.
What are these in the glass cases?
Gifts and treasures bequeathed to me over the years. I felt there's no sense in keeping them hidden away where only I can see them, so instead I leave them here for all to witness and enjoy.
I gaze into some of the displays as we pass them by. I've been at the library for so long that I've stopped really noticing some of its features, like the treasure she mentioned. Statues, jewelry, dolls. These are all kinds of things that I'd forgotten about. Juliet recounts stories for some of them about sailors and merchants who gave her things in exchange for food or shelter, or just for company. Both the kids and I listen with rapt attention while Juliet gazes off into the distance as she remembers the past. We eventually reach the end of the shelves where Armand notices Cosette's painting on the wall. He runs over to it with Cello trailing behind.
Who's this?
Ah.
My daughter, Cosette.
She's so pretty.
Juliet smiles thinly. I glance anxiously between her and the students, wondering if I should try to move us along, but Juliet clears her throat.
Cosette is actually the reason this library exists.
Oh?
Really?
Even I look at Juliet in surprise. I don't think I've heard that before.
Yes. She also loved to collect books, to the point where we could hardly fit them all on our shelves. She suggested that we allow others to borrow them too, in order to share the stories that we loved so much.
Whoa. If I had enough books to open my own library, I'd never have to go anywhere again. I could just stay home and read all day.
You'd still have to go get food.
What about about the theater, or museums, or school.
Oh, he wouldn't give a shit about school.
I'd still go to places for fun sometimes. But who needs school when you've got so many books?
They both laugh, and we move on to the back part of the library, away from the shelves. Juliet shows them the kitchen and dining room, as well as what it's like behind the front desk. Eventually, we reach the bottom of the stairs.
What's up there? Can we go see?
That's where we live. No.
That's where our bedrooms are. And Juliet's office.
Oh, can we go see?
That's such a kid thing to do. This is this place where you're not supposed to go. Can we go look anyway?
Armand, that sounds like a private area.
He got a little lion tail? Oh my god, he does! That just makes me even more confused about what he is.
There are some parts you can visit. I have a feeling you might enjoy seeing my study.
Please tell me Fiddlesticks is there.
Really? Well, let's go.
Juliet leads the way, and we all follow her into the study.
Whoa!
Yeah. Whoa. It's like a whole other library.
Just like I was, they're shocked by how many more books are crammed into here. Something rustles in the corner. Cello yelps with fear as she sees one of the bats hanging from the ceiling. It rubs its face with one wing like we just woke it up, which we probably did. I love the little bat, drawing. It's so cute.
What is... Ah!
Takes a moment for Armand to spot the bat as well.
Oops. I'm sorry, Orpheus. I should have seen if anyone was sleeping.
The bat flaps its wings in what seems like an indignant way, glaring at Juliet like, you woke me up.
Wait, it has a name?
The bats are Juliet's friends. They sleep in here a lot of the time.
Oh, I'm sorry for yelling.
Despite that, Cello keeps a good distance from the corner where Orpheus is.
It's quite all right. I'm sure he'll be back to sleep in no time. This is my study, where I keep a variety of records and other books that are less interesting to most patrons. However, I suspect you may find some of them useful for your project.
Armand and Cello browse around, although they both shoot various nervous glances at the bat every so often. Orpheus closes his eyes and either goes back to sleep, or at least pretends to. Could be a griffin with the lion ears make it weird. Yeah, I don't know.
You're right. Some of these look really old.
If it was me, I'd be like, can I hug the bat? Can I pet him?
And handmade.
You're both correct. Many of these volumes were handwritten, or not widely distributed.
So not many people have read them, right? Oh, that would be perfect for our project.
I am not sure these are available to borrow like the others, Armand.
Oh, right.
His wings and tail both droop down. I feel like I know what Juliet's gonna say before she says it.
Generally not. But if you promise to be very careful, I wouldn't mind letting you take a few with you. So long as you return them when you're done.
Really? Oh, we can definitely do that, right, Cello?
Yes! As long as it's really okay.
I would entrust them to Cello only. Not that Armand doesn't seem like a good kid, but he gets into fights with Pippa a lot. And you don't want expensive, one-of-a-kind books to be in the middle of that.
It really is.
Thank you so much.
The two of them look around with even more enthusiasm, to the point where they even get a bit closer to Orpheus. Not too close, though. Juliet and I lean against the wall and watch.
Is this the first time you've let people borrow the books from in here?
The first time in a while, at least. I don't see a reason to deny them, though. It's nice to see how excited they are by the prospect.
That's true.
After a few minutes, Armand and Cello approach us with a small stack of books each.
Are these okay for us to take?
Juliet glances over them all before she nods.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks again.
Come on, let's go show Pippa. Even she'll have to be impressed by these.
Just don't fight over the rare books. Waving goodbye to us, the kids hurry off downstairs, being careful not to drop or damage the books they're carrying. Juliet and I stay behind near the hallway to Juliet's room.
That was fun. I learned a lot too.
And Orpheus is still there.
I'm glad. It was nice to have a reason to indulge in those memories for a while.
You never told me you started the library because of Cosette.
I didn't? My. I suppose it never came up.
I lean against Juliet and she wraps her arm around me. Gay! I should get back to work soon, and I know Juliet still needs to sleep, but I'm glad to have this extra moment together. There's plenty I still don't know about Juliet, but I'm looking forward to learning it. You know what? Let's go to the Bell House. See what's up there. I did the thing where I didn't know what I wanted to order, so I absent-mindedly ordered something I didn't actually want. Oh, I hate when that happens. Now I'm sitting here with a black coffee that's way more than I bargained for. I mean, it's good quality coffee, it's just... Oh, wait, duh. I can just get myself sugar and creamer from the little counter with the napkins and stirrers. I just get sweet drinks so often I forget those are there. Let's see. How much sugar or cream is the right amount? One each? Yeah, it's still so bitter. Let's try one more. Nope, not enough. Let's 5 more. Jesus, Miho. 1, 2, 5. 3's up. 3! While I'm here, I may as well keep some sugars and creams in my pocket, since they're free. No, but the cream won't... You know what? I'll let her figure it out. I think I catch an employee staring at me. She's probably thinking about what a good idea this is. Yes, that's totally what she's thinking. My coffee is so yummy now. I'm a genius. I love Miho. After Juliet and I say our goodbyes for the night, I go up to my room and go to bed. After tossing and turning for a while, I get up and put my shoes back on. Aside from Juliet, there's someone else that I've been thinking about a lot lately. My last encounter with Silver didn't go so well, but it hasn't made me any less determined to talk to her. Not just because of my magic and what she might be able to tell me about it, it's because I also want to help her. I know that I can't tell her that outright, but every passing day that I spend with Juliet or with Aspen makes me more confident in my decision to stay around Wellington. While I don't expect things to go exactly the same for Silver as they did for me, I hope that maybe someday she'll want to change too. Since I'm still not ready to tell Juliet about Silver, I have to be extra quiet as I leave my room and go outside. Making my way to Mount Victoria doesn't take very long. Just like last time, I change forms and search for Silver's scent, locking on and following it through the forest. Silver's just jealous at... Oh my god. They've only smooched. Eventually, I find her in her two-legged form, sitting on a log with her back to me. For some reason, I'm surprised. I just assumed she spent most of her time as a fox. I changed forms myself. Somehow, I don't think she's noticed me yet. I'm not sure if I should call out to get her attention or what. I don't think she'd like being surprised, but there probably isn't any chance she'd be excited to see me regardless. Taking a step, I have my decision made for me. The snap of a branch under my foot gives me away.
Damn it.
Sure enough, Silver spins around, her eyes going from shock to annoyance when she sees me. She leaps to her feet in a fluid motion while I hold up my empty hands to show I'm not a threat.
Stupid dog. Learn to obey when you're given a command. I told you not to come back here.
And what are you gonna do about it?
Oops. Guess Guess I must not have heard that part.
I didn't bother to make a plan for how to convince her to talk to me, since she has a tendency to mess up any plans I try. She snorts in derision and transforms as she turns back away from me. In a flash, she's taken off.
Not this time.
I change forms and run off after her. She's tricky. Not just fast, she also darts back and forth, weaving around trees as she tries to get away. I don't let her, instead keeping her in my sights even though she manages to stay ahead. The forested area isn't very big, but she backtracks so much that it feels huge. If we were in our other forms, I'm sure she'd be shouting taunts at me. Or obscenities. Instead, it's gravely silent, other than the soft sound of our paws on the leaves and moss. Silver eventually gives up on trying to confuse me, and instead puts on a burst of speed, pulling farther and farther away from me. Why is she so determined to run away? And why am I so determined to catch her? The first part isn't tough to answer, because running away is easy. I understand, because until recently, that's exactly what I would have done too. But the second part, that's harder to say. I push myself as well, trying to run faster like Silver. It's hard though, and my legs are already aching. I have to start relying on my ears and nose and not just eyes to track her. Suddenly, I see her again, not that far out of reach. When she spots me, I can see her try to dash again. Only this time, she doesn't seem to be able to pull it off either. That's when I notice her limp. It's subtle, enough that I can only tell when I'm closer up to her like this. But one of her back legs is definitely giving her trouble, and it's starting to slow her down. When it becomes clear that I'm going to catch her, she abruptly halts, transforming back in a flash. I scramble to bring myself to a stop and then change too, almost collapsing backwards onto the ground. My lungs feel like they're on fire, but I stay on my feet. Silver doesn't move, her back still to me, even as I can see her chest heave while she catches her breath. She clenches a fist, illuminated by the light from her bead.
Why? Why won't you leave me alone? I've told you to stay away. Aren't dogs supposed to be good at listening?
Some of them, but not most of them. I ignore her. I couldn't give her an answer she'd accept anyway.
Why are you limping? Did you hurt your leg?
Silence. Not that I was expecting an answer myself. But then slowly, her fingers uncurl.
No, someone else did. Why do you care?
For the first time, there's less of a sharp edge to her words. For once, it sounds like a genuine question.
Because you exist, I guess. I've never met another Gumiho, but I feel like I know you. At least a little bit. We probably have more in common than you think. Or admit.
Pathetic.
I don't know if she's talking about me or not. Finally, she looks up and glares at me, staring right into my eyes. I'm not sure how I want to come across to her. Friendly, trustworthy, brave. Whatever we do have in common, she's also a total mystery. Even at my most alone, I was never as wild as she is.
Fine then, I'll tell you. Listen well, dog. I won't repeat myself.
Folding her arms, Silver turns her back on me and looks up at the stars.
The forest I called home belonged to man, as all forests do in their minds. Every day, to live was to be in fear of their cruel weapons that could tear you apart before you ever saw them. All creatures of the forest are prey to sate man's hunger for violence. I learned to run, for there was no other choice but death. To hide from their stinking horses and craven hounds. Survive.
Can't agree, horses suck.
Yet, for all my running and for all my fear, One day, I too found myself fleeing for my life, slabbering beasts at my heels. There was a crack as one of their weapons rang out, finding its mark in my leg. Despite the pain, I kept running for as long as I could before collapsing into the bush. I knew I was going to die, and there was nothing I could do about it. Nothing but quiver and dread, useless and pathetic. I thought I would choke on the fear. Instead, as the first of the hunters arrived, sadistic pleasure in their eyes, the pain in my throat became something else. In that moment, it transformed me. I was more than a pitiful fox. I became something greater, something powerful. In a flash, the fear came for them instead. They screamed the same way we foxes do, in agony and terror. The pain I felt was nothing compared to the euphoria of strength. It served me greater than fear had. And it was not only my blood that nurtured the forest that day. I knew that my wounds would heal in time, but that power would never leave me. They did, and it hasn't. Never again will I suffer a human to harm me, or anyone else.
Spinning back around, her eyes shine in the moonlight.
Never again. I told you before that we are nothing alike.
She's wrong. I can see myself reflected in her harsh gaze. I could have been her so easily.
Well, what is it, dog? Have you finally learned to hold your tongue?
Something about her finally clicks. Something in her words makes sense. The way she tells me so much, even as she tells me to leave. The way she keeps asking for my thoughts. She desperately wants me to respond.
I'm sorry. All of that stuff that happened to you is terrible. I can see why you hate humans so much.
Her eyes widen, then instantly narrow.
Oh, has a thought dared to enter that empty head of yours?
Bitch, all Miho does is think.
Yeah. I'd probably hate humans too if I'd gone through what you did. Even though I didn't, I still spent most of my life trying to avoid them. And everyone else. Everyone but one person.
I pause, waiting for her to interrupt me, but she doesn't. That's a good sign, right?
I also got my leg hurt by humans back then. Back when I was a fox, I stepped on one of their traps and couldn't get out. I also thought I was gonna die. But instead, my person set me free. Even though they weren't my person yet. And they put a bandage on my leg and helped it get better. I'd probably still have a limp today if they hadn't.
Silver scoffs, but doesn't interject.
Until I came here and met Aspen and Juliet, I thought my person was the only one worth knowing, human or not. I didn't want them to talk to me either. But now, I'm glad they did.
I search her face, trying to get a glimpse of what she might be thinking or feeling. But her expression is as stony as ever. I mean, it also doesn't help she's covering most of her face. I could keep going, but I'm not sure if it would be a good idea or not. I'm probably already wearing on her patience. Except... Okay, so this is one of the ones that will determine the ending we're going for. So I'm going to choose this one. Since she still hasn't cut me off, I decide to keep talking. Who knows when I'll have another chance.
You could try that too, you know. I could even introduce you to my friends. I haven't told them about you yet. They don't have any idea you exist, but I'm sure they'd be just as nice to you as they were to me. Not all people are bad, humans or fabled. There are good ones too. Just like there are probably good and bad Gumiho.
All I get in response is a cold stare. Well, it's not like I really expected her to say yes. At least I tried. From the way she fidgets, I can tell we're getting near the point where Silver is going to decide she's had enough and run away. Before she can do that, there's something I have to know.
Hey. What? I never asked before, but what's your name?
She sneers, looking glad to have a reason to be disdainful again.
I have no need for one. If I wished to be known by anyone, they wouldn't use a name.
Yeah, I used to be like that too. It's how I ended up calling myself Miho.
How clever.
I mean, she didn't even know the fucking word Gumiho before, picking that name, so not really.
Which is why I've been calling you Silver in my head, so I'll just keep doing that.
Pick something else.
Huh?
Not bitchy, but instantly pick something else. She doesn't like it. Her response is immediate. I'd been expecting a do as you wish, or I don't care what a dog thinks of me, but I didn't expect her to have an opinion on my choice. Even Silver looks a bit surprised with herself, like she answered without thinking. She quickly forces back a stoic expression.
I mean, do as you wish.
Ha! She's just a big tsundere.
If you tell me something else to call you, I will.
I don't care what a dog thinks of me.
Nose in the air, she turns away from me and transforms, bounding off into the shadows like always. This time, I don't try to follow her. She always has to make a show of how little she cares. It took me until tonight to understand that means she cares a lot. For as detached and disinterested as she tries to appear, there are still weaknesses in her armor. Once again, I didn't really learn much about myself or my magic from this visit with Silver, but still, I don't think it was a waste of time. At breakfast the next morning, I'm still thinking about Silver and her story, about how much it has in common with mine. I only half listen as Juliet and Aspen talk about a book they've both been reading. Instead, it's just nice to watch them enjoy being around each other. It's so easy to miss that when you're not looking for it. Of course, you can still miss out on other things. It takes me a moment to realize that Aspen is trying to get my attention.
Miho.
Shaking my head, I bring my attention back.
To Miho. Anyone home?
There is now. Just stepped out for a minute, you know.
Oh, trust me, I know. I do that, every fucking hour.
Believe me, I know. I was just asking if something had happened to your bead. It looks brighter again.
It does?
Oh man, that'd be embarrassing if Aspen noticed a change before I did. I tug my necklace away from me so I can see it. Sure enough, the glow is stronger than before. Still not as strong as Silver's, though.
I swear it wasn't like that when I went to sleep.
Maybe it changed overnight. Like your body, perhaps it needs time to process. Actually, I believe I learned something useful in that regard. I was able to get in touch with one of the curators from the exhibition you saw at Topapa. I mentioned the painting of a Gumiho and asked if he knew anything about them. and he told me a very interesting myth. It says that not only is Gumio's bead the source of her magic, but it also requires more magic to sustain itself. Most Fable take their magic from the underworld's source, but for those who don't come from the underworld, such as Miho,
It has to come from somewhere else.
right.
We're all quiet for a moment as we all come to what I'm sure is the same conclusion.
The memories.
Yes, I believe so. Every time someone forgets about you, I believe your bead retains that memory as a sort of power. There was a second part to the myth as well. Once it's accumulated enough, Gumio can take that magic and make it her own, becoming something even more than a Gumio.
Something more? In what way?
A Chunho.
Both of them look at me.
Pardon?
Chunho. I know the word, but not how I know it. As if Juliet's explanation unlocked a forgotten memory of my own.
That's what I'd be. If I swallowed the bean when it was ready. Tunnel. A sky fox.
I don't know what it means, but I know it's the next step in my existence. More than a Gumiho.
If you swallowed it. I suppose that makes sense, but it hardly sounds pleasant.
It isn't.
Removing my necklace, I inspect the bead yet again. The glow must be related to what Juliet was saying. That it's getting closer to being ready. I don't know if the rest of me is, though.
But why now? I don't think that many people have forgotten me recently. But it started changing so fast.
It's magic. Even as a boring old human, I can tell you that magic never works how you think it should.
Yep. First rule of magic. Fuck you, you know nothing.
Not just magic, but also myth. Myths tend to have some roots in truth, but are incomplete or warped by retelling. Trust your eyes and your heart, not just what Aspen and I find.
Right. Besides, who knows how much farther it has to go? It could keep getting brighter and brighter for a long time. I've seen... I'll see if it looks any different this time next week.
I was about to mention Silver, but managed to catch myself. I want to tell Aspen and Juliet about her, but not yet. Not until I know her better myself. Not until I can convince her to meet them. It could take even longer for Silver to change than for my bead. Although now that I think about it, what does the brightness of hers mean? That her bead has stored even more magic than mine? Something about that doesn't feel right. It can't just be about an amount. There has to be something more. I wonder if even she knows what it is. There's one more big question, too. One more big what if.
If I do that, would it mean people stop forgetting about me? If my bead isn't there to steal the memories?
That would be very nice if so.
Indeed. I couldn't say, but I share Aspen's feelings, as I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, I do.
I lock the necklace back around my neck. The more I learn about my powers, the more conflicted I feel. I know Aspen and Juliet mean well, but it's not just something they can understand. Even though Juliet has magic of her own, it's entirely different from mine. The conversation changes to the recent events at the library and Bell House, and none of us mention anything else about magic or Gumiho for the rest of the morning. Whatever is going to happen with my bead, I have to figure it out for myself. More fishing! I love Mr. Kim. He's really grown on me. It's been almost a week since the last time I went to the waterfront, so I decide to head down and visit Mr. Kim. It's been even longer since I've actually done any fishing, so this might be a good time to change that. When I get to the waterfront, there are plenty of other people there fishing, unlike the last couple times. However, it doesn't look like Mr. Kim is one of them. His assistant, Young Min, is there helping out like always, but Mr. Kim himself is nowhere to be seen. When I go ask Young Min, he tells me that Mr. Kim went to the marketplace, but that he should have been back by now. I volunteer to go see if I can track him down. I've only ever seen the market from a distance, but up close it's a lot more lively than I gave it credit for. The noisy fishermen I always hear from far away laugh and shout with each other, displaying their catches on beds of ice. There are other vendors and stalls selling snacks and drinks, as well as things like jewelry and souvenirs. I walk around searching for Mr. Kim and finally find him near the edge of the pier. He's looking intently at a number of fishing poles for sale, one hand stroking his chin.
Hello, Miho! Fancy seeing you here.
Youngmin told me where you were. I was surprised you weren't at the fishing spot.
Oopsie, I might be taking a little longer than I said I would, but I just can't decide.
I go over and inspect the fishing poles too. Most of them are fancier than the ones I've used, with extra pieces and parts. I don't really know what any of them do, though.
Are you getting a new rod?
If I can settle on one, yes. I've narrowed it down to this one.
He points at one of the complicated, fancy-looking poles.
And this one.
The other option is a simpler, sleeker design.
What's the difference?
The first one here has everything you could ever want. It's made for comfort and for power. The other one I'm looking at is more basic, as you can see.
That sounds pretty easy. Why wouldn't you get the nicer one?
Money.
I guess there's just something about a simple, traditional design that appeals to an old geezer like me. It's hard to say no to the luxury of the other one, but...
Bro, you're probably like an infant compared to Miho. He frowns, still thinking deeply.
Sounds like you've already decided then.
Oh?
Yeah. I mean, it seems like you want the basic one, even though the other one is nicer.
Slowly, he nods.
You might just be right. I'll take this one.
The person running the booth packages up the rod and hands it to Mr. Kim once he's finished paying. Then the two of us start heading back to the fishing spot.
You know, you picked a good time to show up.
Why's that?
I'll show you once the lessons are over.
My bet is that the kingfish thing that he's been hunting is coming back around. Oh no. Sorry, someone just pinged me with a thing saying, "I have a terrible idea, Lila," and I'm like, oh no. It turns out to be shortly after we get there. Mr. Kim goes to apologize to Young Min for taking so long, and I watch some of the other people fishing while we wait, since all the spare rods are taken. Since almost everyone else leaves at the end of the hour, Mr. Kim beckons me over.
How's the new rod?
Works like a dream so far. It's the old one I wanted to talk to you about, though.
Is he gonna give Miho a fishing rod? Mr. Kim holds his old fishing pole in one hand, examining it with a small smile. I can see a wistful look in his eyes, like he's recalling old memories. Then he holds it out to me.
Here. I want you to have it.
Me? Why?
Better it go to someone who'll use it than just sit around collecting dust in the garage. Besides, you're going to need something reliable if you're gonna have a chance with the king!
The king! I carefully take the rod, holding it gently like it would fall apart. It's got nicks and grooves on it, and the grip is worn down in places. Signs of how loved and appreciated it was.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. As long as you promise to give it a good home.
I do.
Thanks.
Aww.
You're welcome. Now, let's make sure we catch the king this year, hmm?
That look on his face is just determination. Standing at the edge, I cast out my line to get a feel for the rod. Even though it's been well used, it's more comfortable and handles better than the ones I usually borrow. I managed to land a couple of fish, although I'd let them all go. When it's finally time for me to go home, I carry the fishing pole carefully, making sure Mr. Kim's trust in me wasn't misplaced. Aww, that's cute. I reach up and remove my necklace, letting it dangle from my palm. My bead stands out from the other regular ones on the chain, since it's still glowing ever so slightly. It's a part of me, not something separate that came to me. It came from within me. And while I've never questioned that, never thought about what it might mean, it has to mean something. Would I even exist without it? Probably not. Not like I am now. I would have died as a regular fox many, many years ago. Curling my fingers around the bead, I can feel my heartbeat. It pulses in the bead, too. I close my eyes and try to clear my thoughts of everything except the feeling of the tiny orb in my hand. I focus on it, letting myself feel it the same way I'd feel a pillow against my head or the grass beneath my feet. Slowly, pictures come to mind. Visions of the sky and sea and forests. Visions of people passing by, although their faces are just a blur. No, not visions. Memories. My memories and experiences live on in this bead somehow, the same way they live on in my heart and mind. It's been changed and strengthened as a result of what I've been through, the same as any muscle. Magic courses through me, as basic as my breath and blood. I know then and there that I can't get rid of it. Even if there's a way, I don't want it. Like any other part of my body, I have to learn to live with it and nurture it. I don't want to be forgotten, but I don't want to lose this part of myself either. I can feel it. It's needy. Neither of us are ready yet. There's still a craving that I can't identify. What is it that I'm missing? What do I still need to give it? There are other things too that make it even more confusing. Like how Cello could remember me? Was it something special about her? Or has something about me changed? Time and time again these past few months, I've found that answers I've known all along rest inside me. Feelings that I thought I was incapable of come naturally. Why would this be any different? It's a puzzle, but puzzles have solutions. I don't know what the answer is. I barely even know the question. But I can feel that something about myself is going to change soon. How and when, I don't know. It's just an instinct, same as so many other things. Uncurling my fingers, the pulsing of my heart gets less noticeable. I open my eyes to see my bead looking just the same. I'd been half hoping that it would be different already, but it's not that easy. I put my necklace back on and climb into bed, burying myself beneath my blankets. Even under the covers, in the dark, the light of my bead shines through faintly, like a nightlight. Okay, honestly, that would annoy the shit out of me. I need it to be pitch black when I am sleeping. Just like a couple of days ago, some of the first patrons to arrive at the library on Friday morning are Cello and her friends. This time it's Pippa who holds the door for the other two, who enter with their arms full of books.
Hey, you guys! Good morning, Ms. Miho.
Okay, so Cello still remembers. They stopped by for a bit yesterday as well, so all three of them still should remember who I am. Oh, okay. All three of them come to my desk, where Cello and Armand carefully set down the stacks they're carrying. Juliet, who hasn't gone to bed yet, emerges from the shelves where she was putting away some books and approaches us as well.
Miss Juliet, brought back all the stuff that we borrowed.
Thank you. I can see you took great care of them. Were you able to complete your project?
We did. Pippa and I took lots of notes, and Armand stayed up all night writing a script.
Wait, a script?
We decided to put together a play about the history of Wellington, using the library as the main location.
Oh, that's so cute! They don't do that in the other one. In the other one, they do, like, an art piece. Like, if you choose the Bell House, they do, like, an art piece on it. You're good kids. I don't say that often.
Armand and I will be the actors, and Pippa's going to make the decorations.
Maybe it's different for each selection? More than likely.
I said we should do an art project, but Armand didn't want to.
We did that in the other timeline, Pippa. Don't worry.
You just didn't want to have to read.
Ha! The two of them glare at each other, and Cello rolls her eyes at both of them. I feel a little bad for her, even though I know they're all friends when it counts.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm glad you were able to find something interesting.
Yeah, there was so much to read, I almost forgot to sleep. I wish we could stay longer.
He had to say the S word. Don't say the sleep word, it makes me yawn.
If we ever come back, could we borrow some more books?
Of course. Books are for reading, after all.
Armand flaps his wings in excitement, like he's already planning a return trip. That's so cute. That's like my favorite thing about like all the Fabled who have animal features. It's just like when they do the thing like flapping their wings or whatever when they're excited.
I miss my own bed. I'm glad we're going home soon. No offense. I miss home as well, but I'll miss it here too.
You'll just have to come visit again sometime, like Armand said.
I'd like that very much. I'm a little nervous about participating in a play, but maybe it won't be so bad.
Hey, so is Miho. Don't worry about it.
Well, acting's easy. You've just gotta have fun with it.
It can be easy, but I wouldn't say that as like a blanket statement.
Right.
Have you done much acting before, Armand?
Just a little bit. I like watching people perform in plays, though. But this is my first time writing one.
Drama kid, drama kid, drama kid.
I enjoy it as well. I've had the good fortune to know several playwrights myself. And now I know one more.
Aww. Armand blushes at the praise. I've never seen a play myself, but I basically know what they are. It's like watching TV in real life. Close enough.
If our teacher records it, maybe we can send it to you and Miss Miho to watch.
I'm not so sure about that idea.
Aw, why not? You're gonna do great. We can rehearse on the way home to get some extra practice.
How are you going to rehearse when you're sitting on an airship? You won't have a stage or any props.
It's called running lines.
We could still go over the lines.
See? He knows his shit.
Okay. Let's figure that part out later.
Cutting off the argument before it happens, Cello faces Juliet and me again.
Unfortunately, we do have to leave because our class is going to the Skyport soon. But before we go, I had another question for you, Ms. Miho.
Sure. What is it?
Well, would it be okay if I wrote you a letter sometime?
Aww, cute kid.
A letter? About what?
Just about life in Amarina. And you can tell me about life here. I thought maybe we could be pen pals. If you don't want to, though, that's alright.
That's so cute.
Oh, I'd like to. I've never had a pen pal before.
I'm not entirely sure what it is either.
Neither have I. But I want to hear more about Wellington and how it's still changing today.
That sounds like fun. Let's
Well,
do
she
it.
never could write before? Yeah.
Thank you. I already can't wait.
Oh, maybe you could get extra credit too.
My God, Armand.
We better not need it after we do this play.
We won't.
Yeah, it's funny because if you do the Bell House option, it's Pippa who's all like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do this thing," and then Armand is the one who's sulking instead of Pippa. Slowly, the five of us move back outside to the front of the library, with Armand and Juliet chatting about the books he read. Soon, it's time for them to head off.
Thanks again, Miss Miho and Miss Juliet, for showing us the library and letting us borrow stuff.
Yeah, thanks.
It was our pleasure, I'm sure. Right, Miho?
Yeah. I hope you guys get a good grade.
Me too.
It's sad to think that Pippa and Armand will have forgotten me by the time they got back home. I'm glad that they had a good time, though, and it was nice to be able to help out a bit. Even if it was mostly Juliet who helped them.
I appreciate it too. I'll be sure to tell you all about how it goes when I send you that letter.
Sounds good. Bye, you guys.
Goodbye.
All three of them wave as they make their way down the hill, and Juliet and I wave back for as long as we can. Once they're out of sight, we go back inside.
I wonder if Cello will be able to remember me long enough to write a letter.
I hope so. It was nice of you to agree to be her pen pal.
She reminded me a lot of myself. She's new to Amarina too, and still getting used to living there.
In that case, I'm sure she'll appreciate having you to give her advice.
I don't know if I can be very helpful there.
Sometimes, when it comes to young people, just having someone to listen and be interested can be enough.
True.
I can do that at least.
I know you can. You're always capable of more than you think.
I hope you're right.
After gathering up the books the kids brought back, Juliet and I kiss each other goodnight. Aww, and she goes upstairs while I get ready for my normal day at the library. That's so cute. At some point, I hear the sound of an airship passing overhead, and I wonder if it has Cello and the others on board. Whether or not I do get a letter from her, I'm glad they all had a good time. I hope Cello can start to feel more at home in Amarina soon. One of the most valuable lessons that I've learned from living at the library is that it's important to feel like you belong somewhere. Okay, for real, how long is this chapter? Let's go to the beach. It's warm right now. Almost warm enough that I wish I was dressed to go swimming. Right as I'm thinking about just doing it anyway, my eyes land on an ice cream stand. Bingo. Ice cream. That's another thing I can't have. But I have it sometimes anyway. Actually, the Grimace Shake is now available in Canada. It wasn't available the first time. It was out like earlier this year. So I am excited to go and see how mediocre it is on Friday. After upending all the random coins out of my pockets, I come away victorious with a nice cold popsicle. It's about as refreshing as swimming would be. It is very mid. It's just what I'm hoping for. I think it's supposed to be in the shape of a character of some kind, but it's so misshapen it looks a little nightmarish. Eating it will be a mercy kill. Oh hey, it's the fucking SpongeBob ice cream. On a Saturday morning, I wake up around my usual time, but linger in bed for a while. I can hear the distant sounds of Aspen and Juliet having an animated conversation. Aspen laughs, then Juliet laughs. I don't know what they're laughing about, but I smile too. I just like hearing my girlfriend laugh after all. Oh, my heart. No matter what kind of troubles are weighing on our minds. If she's able to laugh despite everything, then that's a win in my book. Aside from a couple hasty meals, it's been a while since the two of them have really gotten to spend much time together. Sometimes it's easy to forget that they've known each other longer than they've known me. Outside, it's shaping up to be another beautiful day. There are clouds, but none of them are rain clouds. And trees and grass sway in gentle breeze beyond my window. I've had more beautiful days here than I can count. Even Wellington weather at its worst isn't so bad from indoors. I open my window, enjoying the morning air as I freshen myself up too. Making my way silently to the kitchen, I pause just out of sight and listen.
I've given it lots of thought.
I have, but I still can't decide. Regina really wants me to take it, of course, but...
Oh, right, Aspen was offered the manager position at a new Bell House location.
But there are good and bad parts of both.
Exactly. I feel like... I'm not sure who to compare it to.
No need to compare. I understand what you mean.
For a little while longer, I stay where I am, unseen. Not because I want to eavesdrop or spy on Aspen and Juliet, but because I don't want to interrupt them, and I just want to let them talk. Maybe I'll do just that. Hearing Aspen express some of her worries, and hearing Juliet offer words of encouragement reminds me of some of my earliest days here. Both of them changed their lives around to include me, which is something I'll always be grateful for. Aww, smiling Miho. Still, I should give them a chance to spend some time with each other. Not because I feel unwelcome, but because that hasn't really happened since I've arrived. Eventually, there's a moment of silence, followed by the sound of a cup being set on the table. I take this time to make my entrance. Those chairs don't look comfy. I'm just hoping that there's actually a cushion on them.
Good morning, Miho.
Good morning.
I go into the kitchen and grab a piece of toast and an apple, but I don't sit down.
Sleep well.
Sure did. Now that I'm up, though, I think I'm gonna go for a walk.
This early? Well, it was quite nice on my way up here.
Yeah, I used to go for morning walks all the time, but it's been a while.
You couldn't have picked a better day, it seems. Enjoy yourself then, Miho.
Also, the blinds are open. Why would they do that to Juliet?
I will. See you when I'm back.
For good measure, I wrap a couple more slices of toast in paper towel and put them in one of my deep pockets, along with other apple and some packs of jam. I wave goodbye before I leave and then head back to my room to get dressed before stepping outside towards the road. If Juliet's home, she probably opened them. I'm just worried about her. Munching on my breakfast as I walk, I hum a song to myself that I heard on TV. I go in the direction of the ocean, same as usual. My days of aimless wandering really have decreased. I actually have places to go now, and people to see. A day without any plans is a luxury. I wonder how Jung-in chose where to go on their travels. What first brought them to my forest all those years ago? Was it on a whim? Or was there something in particular they were searching for? If there was, I hope they found it. I would have loved to ask. Would have loved to tell them all about Aspen and Juliet. More than anything, though, I wish I could have thanked them. Our time together was short, even by human standards, but it still meant everything to me. I take myself to Mount Victoria and start the familiar climb. But before I get to the top, I stop. It's only been a couple of days since I last came here and saw Silver. Trying to visit her again so soon might be pushing my luck, but then again, so is trying to visit her at all. The lukewarm toast and apple in my pocket aren't much, but if she lives anything like I did, she'll probably appreciate them. Even if she doesn't say it. Instead of transforming, I stay on 2 feet, heading in the same direction I went last time. I'm not too concerned about finding her. If she wants to be found, she will be. Keeping my eyes and ears peeled, I watch for a glint of silver fur or the sound of a snapping branch. When I finally spot her, it's purely by accident. Once again, she's in her human form rather than fox. With her back to me, she kneels at the edge of a patch of grass, attention focused on something I can't see. She doesn't move as I approach, although I'm sure she knows I'm there.
Be careful.
I halt, still a few feet away. At least she didn't call me a dog.
What is it?
I approach delicately, scanning the ground before every step. Finally, I arrive behind her and look down to find my answer. A bird, about the size of my hand, lies on its side in the grass. It's alive, but clearly injured.
What happened to it?
This one was blown from its perch in the tree. For whatever reason, it was too weak to fly.
Aw, baby bird.
Now, its leg is broken. It won't be long until it dies.
Looking down, I see that Silver's right about its injury. It struggles to flap its wings, but it can't even push itself into a standing position.
Poor thing.
I kneel down beside Silver.
You were trying to help it, right?
She scoffs.
It is beyond help. Such is nature's way. I simply thought to put it out of its misery.
Then why not just turn into a fox and eat it?
You didn't, though.
Silence. Before doing anything else, I reach into my pocket and pull out the food I brought with me, holding it out towards Silver.
Here. I brought you this.
She looks at it, but doesn't make any move to accept.
What is this? Poison?
It's an apple. And some toast. It's not poisoned. I ate some myself. Ooh, and this.
I have to dig all the way down to the bottom to find the little pack.
Grape jelly.
Silver stares incredulously, like I'm trying to give her, well, poison or something. I set the food down by her knees and turn my attention back to the bird.
Let's get you some help, Birdie.
I cup my fingers together and reach for the bird, which finally gets a reaction from Silver.
What are you doing?
Her voice is sharp like a knife.
I'm going to take this guy back home.
I may not know what to do, but I'm sure Aspen or Juliet will. It's better than just leaving it out here to die.
Why? It's weak. Even were it to survive today, it's only a matter of time before something else claims its life.
So what? I'm sure that time still matters to it. Both of us can relate, right?
As gently as I can, I slide my hands around the struggling bird and scoop up the poor little thing. Its beady eyes look around frantically, and I can feel its tiny heart pounding in its tiny chest. I start heading back towards the library as fast as I can. Before I get very far, there's a noise from behind me, and I look back to see Silver following me. An empty paper towel dangles from her hand. She ate the food! Well, she ate the toast at least. Smiling to myself, I keep walking. When I step from the woods back onto the path, I expect Silver to have disappeared. Instead, she takes a few cautious steps out, looking left and right as if a car might come barreling down the mountain. Avoiding my eyes, she walks past me and keeps going, like she was planning to do this anyway. When we reach the base of Mount Victoria, she's a few meters ahead of me, and I clear my throat loudly to get her attention.
It's this way.
She stomps after me, annoyed at Wellington for its geography or something. Now she just seems like a petulant child, and it's very funny. Her clothes, which are clearly meant to help her sneak around at night, stand out like a sore thumb in the morning sun. They also must be hot as hell. If either of those things bother her, she doesn't let herself show it. I curl my fingers to shade the bird as much as I can. It seems to have calmed down a little, but that's probably more from exhaustion than anything. When we reach the library, Silver trails far behind. I wait at the entrance, not sure if she's coming or not. I don't ask. She'll do what she wants either way. After a moment, she walks up the hill and joins me. I simply nod in acknowledgement before I push open the door with my shoulder, Silver behind me like a shadow. Within seconds, Aspen pops her head out from the dining room.
Ah, Miho, we were just...
Choking in surprise, Aspen's eyes goes wide as a saucer when she notices my companion. Also, that from Aspen is so funny. She disappears from sight, and I can only imagine what she's saying to Juliet right now. Behind me, Silver looks around, in curious awe, although she stops when she notices me watching. I jerk my head towards the dining room and head in. Both Aspen and Juliet are there waiting, trying to appear casual, but by the way they're both silently staring at the entrance, I'm sure it's just an act.
This is Silver.
She nods at the ground and says nothing, displaying none of her usual venom or drama. It feels as if she's hiding behind me, which is something I wouldn't have expected her pride to allow.
It's quite nice to meet you, Silver.
Charmed.
None of them know what to say. I can't blame them. Fortunately, there's something more important to talk about.
We came back here because we need some help. Or at least this guy does.
Baby birdie. I uncurl my fingers and tilt my hands for Aspen and Juliet to see. I doubt either of them even noticed I was carrying something. They both lean in to see.
What's this?
The bird starts to struggle again, probably because of how many more people are suddenly staring at it.
His leg. I'll be right back.
Peering at the little bird, it doesn't take Juliet more than a second to see what's wrong. She hurriedly departs for the stairs, moving right past Silver without a glance. Silver lurches to the side to get out of her way all the same. Aspen grabs one of the dish rags and folds it up to make a small square, and then sets that on the table.
Here, why don't you put him down on this? I read that it's best to put him in a box or somewhere enclosed, but this will do for now.
I gently lower the bird onto the makeshift cushion. Its eyes still dart around, but it doesn't struggle as much. I sigh with relief at being able to unfold my hands, shaking and stretching them out before washing them several times. Juliet soon returns with her phone in hand and a small cardboard box in the other. Using a kitchen knife, she cuts a few holes into the sides of the box and then puts it aside.
Miho, will you help me move him?
She takes 2 corners of the rag and I grab the other 2, and we carefully lift it over the box and then set it down inside.
Do you think it'll be okay?
Also, Silver's out of frame. I keep my voice at a whisper. Even though the bird can't understand our words, I still don't want it to hear.
I hope so. If not for you, it certainly wouldn't have a chance. I've contacted someone who will be able to provide better assistance than we can. She should be here shortly.
Is it a vet?
No, a contact at the nature preserve. She's rescued quite a few unfortunate creatures like our friend here.
I've never heard of a nature preserve before. What's that?
It's a conservation area on the north side of town. They have a bunch of protected land where they rehabilitate injured animals or ones that can't survive in the wild. I used to go there on class trips sometimes. One time we had a sleepover there, and I saw a kiwi.
I saw a kiwi. She smiles fondly as she recalls the memory.
Whoa. I didn't know a place like that existed.
It's far from the only one. There are dozens more in New Zealand alone, of all different sizes.
Looking at the box on the table, I can't help but feel a little bad for our friend. He's probably never going to see his home on Mount Victoria again, and he doesn't even get a say in it. But where he's going doesn't sound half bad. Like Juliet says, he probably wouldn't have survived if he'd been left on his own. If not for me and for...
Silver?
Yep. Bitch left. I only now realize that she's gone.
Oh, I didn't even notice her leave.
Yeah, she's like that.
She's like that.
I go out into the hallway, looking up the stairs and around the room for her, The front door is open, but only a crack. Something's keeping it from closing. Walking over, I spot something on the floor jammed between the door and the wall. It's the gnawed core of an apple wrapped in a breadcrumbed cover paper towel. She's not the worst. Laughing, I pick it up and throw it in the trash, letting the door shut behind me. Only slightly worse. In the dining room, Aspen and Juliet are both seated again. It's far past Juliet's bedtime, but she looks awake and alert as I've ever seen her. I sit down too, waiting for the question I know is coming. Doesn't take Aspen more than 2 seconds.
So, who exactly was that? Obviously she was a Gumiho, but...
I'm guessing Silver's tail is also noticeable, but I don't think I've seen a full profile picture of her to confirm. I take a deep breath and try to think of where to begin.
It's a long story.
You know that's my favorite kind.
Nodding, I finally settle on where to start. Oh yeah, the big glowing bee is probably a thing too.
She used to be a fox, just like me.
Telling Aspen and Juliet about Silver and answering all their questions takes a long time. I tell them just about everything, starting with back when we first met right after I went to the museum. I leave out the parts about Silver's history, though. Instead, I talk about the time I've spent with her myself, and the things I've learned from her. Eventually, Aspen goes home, and Juliet goes to bed, and I spend the rest of my day watching TV and lazing around. Big mood. I close my eyes at one point, just intending to take a quick nap, but when I open them, I see that I've slept until nightfall once again. I don't mind too much. At least Juliet will be up by now. Yeah, go see your girlfriend. As I make my way towards Juliet's room, I notice the sound of conversation coming from inside her office. Freezing with my hand almost on the handle, I listen.
You were right all along.
I know all too well.
Oh fuck. I guess that's Ezekiel? There's the sound of a chair scraping across the wooden floor.
You always did have to learn things the hard way.
A few moments later, I hear the sound of flapping, leathery wings from beyond the door and of papers being scattered. The flapping sound quickly grows distant and then disappears entirely. I let out a silent breath as I hear Juliet's footsteps and papers being picked up, and then Juliet sitting down in her chair once more.
You can come in now, Miho.
Ha! I really have lost my touch when it comes to sneaking. I open the door as invited to see Juliet's study looking the same as ever. The window open and blowing curtains are the only indicators of her guest that just left. I lower myself into the empty chair as Juliet strikes a match, relighting the lamp that had blown out.
How much did you hear?
Just the very end. I was coming to see you. I didn't know you already had company. Sorry for listening in.
It's all right. I don't feel the need to keep anything secret from you.
Aww.
The only reason I haven't introduced you to Ezekiel is for his sake. He isn't fond of meeting people.
He's a loner.
It's okay. I know how that feels. What did you mean, though? About him being right?
Juliet laughs, closing her eyes.
Where to begin?
She stands up and closes the window, peering out into the night for a moment before she sits back down.
I told you that Ezekiel was the one who helped me gain my footing in the human world, yes? Well, there's a bit more to it than that.
Is he the one who turned her?
He was the one who turned me into a vampire.
Called
in the
it!
first place.
Amazing!
I have a story not too dissimilar from your own with Zhong Ying, though it began in a very different way.
Adjusting my seat so I'm next to Juliet, I lean forward and take her hand. Leaning against me, she idly rubs her thumb across mine as she stares into the flickering candle, recalling days long past.
I was a human once, of course. Long, long ago. In those times, we didn't know about the underworld, or anything that lay beyond the edges of our sky. Few denizens of the underworld traveled to the overworld back then. Those who did were feared and reviled, but also disbelieved in. Truth turned to hearsay, hearsay turned to legend, and legend turned to fable. Stories told to impart some moral or lesson, not to be believed. That's where today's term fabled was first born.
I mean, I kinda gathered that much.
As a human, my life was painful and dull, and cursed by circumstance. I lived, believing and hoping for a better tomorrow that never came. There came a time when I had enough. Enough of agony, of poverty, disappointment.
Same hat.
I took myself to the dry edge of the world, beyond which lay nothing but the unknown. And I threw myself off.
I'm guessing there's like a way to just literally jump into the underworld. I gasp, unable to stop myself, even though I know she turns out okay.
As I fell, I had plenty of time to contemplate the stupidity of my decision, and to dread the fate that was rushing to meet me. How solvable all my problems seemed as I fell away from them. What should have been the end was only more pain. Somehow I survived, but just barely. Broken. As I opened my eyes for what should have been the last time, I saw trees and a purple sky that I thought must be heaven. Then, a figure appeared, and I was certain that I was in hell. Ezekiel offered me a choice. Breathe my last, or accept his gift and live on. From there, the world I had plummeted from, the world that contained all my pain and sorrow, was a minuscule dot, nearly imperceptible above me. That we are having this conversation is proof of what choice I made. In time, my body healed, though not fully.
Oh, hence the cane. Juliet taps her cane against the ground to demonstrate. Same hat, although for different reasons.
I had gifts and powers beyond my wildest dreams. I felt I had cheated both life and death. And yet, decades passed. Even the novelty of those gifts eventually wore off. There was a secret, though. A truth I had yet to learn. In the underworld, magic flows freely like air, imbuing those connected to it with power that lasts for generations. Yet being that close to so much magic at all times takes a slow toll even on the bodies of the fable. We age down there, like humans, but at a much slower rate. But for those who live their entire lives in the underworld, no matter how long they may be, there eventually comes an end. Immortality was a lie. Not so in the world above, though. So distant from magic and its source, those effects aren't felt, and so immortality was truly attainable. Decades later, when it came time for war, I remained disinterested and unconcerned by its effects. When it came time for peace, I was equally indifferent. For a time, Ezekiel himself had tired of the hedonistic lives our kind led, and departed for the overworld nearly as soon as the dust had settled. determined to maintain a quiet and hermetic existence. He returned to the underworld occasionally, with stories of how things had changed and were changing. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I agreed to return to the overworld, just to see. We rode and lived upwards together, a journey that took days back then. And he told me of the island where he had settled down and found peace. He gave me only one piece of advice, which I brushed off as obvious and unnecessary: to not concern myself with the lives and affairs of mortals. We arrived near what would someday become Wellington, and soon went our separate ways again.
Oh, so she's been here for like the entire history of the town.
I had intended to only make a short visit to sate my curiosity. To my surprise, I discovered a world that had moved past much of the violence and suffering that I so hated, and a world that had come to welcome the fabled. I extended my short visit over and over, finding myself unable to leave. Gradually, Ezekiel's advice all but faded from my mind.
Finally, Juliet trails off. I sat with rapt attention the entire time she spoke, and only relaxed my muscles when I noticed how stiffly I've been sitting. Juliet doesn't have to finish her story, because I can say the last line for her.
Until you met Cosette.
Slowly, she nods. We both sit there quietly, our hands locked together as we contemplate what she just shared. So she was there since the 1840s? Makes sense. I mean, at the bare minimum. It's hard for me to picture Juliet as anything other than how she is today. Warm, patient, kind. I can't imagine her as someone who would have once been feared and reviled. Yet, I can understand the pain, if only to a tiny extent. I can understand what some of those years must have felt like. For all my time alive, I've changed the most in the past few months by far. But for Juliet, her life has been nothing but change. In the world she came from, and the world she exists in now. The war she was talking about must have been the Napoleonic Wars. I mean, it's specifically mentioned in Aspen's Route that it was a war between humanity and the fabled. Actually, no, it was mentioned in the when Miho went to the museum as well. I also can't help but think about what she said regarding immortality.
So, the fact that you're thinking about going back to the underworld, a place where you get older, does that mean that you want to...
Juliet brings her other hand up to enclose mine, pressing tightly.
Not for a long, long time. But I can't deny that around every corner, behind every door, lurks a painful memory of days gone by. I had never loved anyone before Cosette. Not in so deeply a way as to use that word. But there were still friends whose company I enjoyed, and time that was spent laughing and smiling. They're all gone now, but I'm not. I see their ghost everywhere. But those memories are all that I have left. I'm afraid to forget, just as I'm afraid to remember.
Fuck. I hate that I get that as well as I do. The flame dances on the candle wick, throwing a crazy shadow onto the wall. It'll burn itself out again soon. I know I should say something, but I feel paralyzed. Everything I could say feels inadequate. In the face of everything she told me, Do I even have the right to want her to stay? If going back to the underworld is the only way for her to escape the pain, then shouldn't I want her to go? My brain tells me yes, but my heart tells me no. My heart tells me I want her to find a different way. Is that wrong of me?
Mia?
The sound of her voice breaks my reverie as she removes her hand from mine. I can see a sparkling uncertainty in her eyes.
I have something very selfish to ask of you.
Oh?
What is it?
She's gonna ask Miho to go with her to the underworld.
If I do go, would you come with me?
Nailed it!
What?
Juliet speaks quickly, like she's embarrassed or nervous.
As a fabled, you would be safe in the underworld, unlike a human. But because your magic doesn't come from the same source, you would still be immune to time's flow. I still can't decide. I feel terrible asking you this. And yet I know I would feel more terrible not to. Don't answer me now. Please, take time to think about it.
All I can manage is to nod dumbly. At least her second request is an easy one. Thinking about it is all I'll be able to do.
Thank you.
Right now, though, I want to do anything but think. Standing up, I reach for Juliet and pull her into a hug and a wordless kiss. When we finally do pull apart, I lean my forehead against her and she rests herself against me.
I love you.
It's all I can think to say.
I love you too. Thank you.
Oh shit, we are just fast forwarding 2 weeks. That's new. The next couple of weeks go by in relative normalcy. I wake up, go to work, spend what time I can with Juliet. Aspen comes by occasionally, but for the most part is busy by herself. Neither Juliet nor I talk about that evening in her study, or her invitation. We don't have to. It's practically the only thing on my mind. When I walk down Cuba Street or climb up Mount Victoria, I have to ask myself if I'm ready to leave it all behind. I want to be with Juliet. That part's easy to decide. Even if we've only been lovers for a few weeks, I've spent enough time with her to know that I want to stay with her. I know I can't promise her forever, but right now, there's nothing I want more. Still, there's a lot I'd have to give up. Aspen and my other friends, as well as the first home I ever had. The memories may be painful for Juliet, but for me, they're almost nothing but good. I always thought I was the kind of person who could move at the drop of a hat, without worrying about leaving anything behind. Now I realize that's because I never had anything to lose before. The candlelight from Juliet's trusty lamp flickers as we sit quietly in the dark. There's the occasional noise of her pen scratching, or of Juliet typing something on the computer, but it's otherwise silent. I sit with a book open in my lap. It's simple enough for me to read, but I've been on the same page for ages. Pictures of the underworld, both photos and drawings, take up most of the space. Captions go along with them, describing what some of the places are. An enchanted forest, a town where it never stops raining, a castle that can walk like a person. Heh, enchanted forest. Heart of the Woods reference? Question mark? Probably not, but I'll take it. They all sound and look interesting, but I can't really make myself feel excited about the idea of seeing them. Not the way things are now. The sound of Juliet closing her laptop catches my attention, and I look over to see her rubbing her eyes.
Done already?
For now. I have only this one request to work on, so I can take my time with it.
You look like you could use a nap.
Do I? I think I'm alright. The night's still young, after all. Perhaps a spot of tea would be nice, though.
Juliet reaches for her teapot, but frowns when she picks it up. I hate that, when you pick up your drink thing and you're thinking like, okay, I'll have a drink, and it's empty.
Ugh, I'm out. I have to fetch some more from downstairs.
I can get it for you. I could use a snack anyway.
That would be nice. Thank you, Miho.
Sure.
Really, it's just an excuse for me to put the book away. I hop up and go downstairs, leaving Juliet in her study. Despite the time that's passed since we talked about going to the underworld together, I don't feel any closer to deciding what I want to do. My relationship with Juliet only makes me more confused. Sometimes, things between us don't feel much different than before we started dating. That has its ups and downs to me. I like that I don't feel pressured to act differently, but I also like all the new things, like kissing her and holding her hand. Juliet seems to enjoy those things too, but I wish I wasn't the one starting them all the time. I've been there. Neither of us are the type of person to be really lovey-dovey like I've seen on TV, and that's fine. I know she means it when she says she loves me, and that's enough. Besides, both of us are still new to this, and I'd rather it be that way than feel like I need to catch up to her somehow. In the kitchen, I start boiling a pot of water while I make myself a sandwich. Juliet keeps tea leaves in the kitchen and in her office, so the only thing she needs me to bring is the water. I munch on my snack while I wait until steam starts to rise and the kettle whistles. Aspen got an electric kettle for Juliet that's much faster, but I know Juliet prefers her tea from a regular old pot. Once it's ready, I grab the kettle and carefully take it back upstairs with me.
Here you... Oh.
She fell asleep at her desk, didn't she? Oh, that's so cute. With a pen still in her hand, Juliet is slouched across an open book on her desk, fast asleep. As quietly as I can, I set the teapot down somewhere safe and tiptoe towards her. I was only downstairs for a few minutes, so she must have fallen asleep right after I left. I'm used to her going to bed right after we spend time together, but it's still early in her usual waking hours. Lately, though, I've been hearing the sounds of her being awake at all sorts of different times, whether we're hanging out or not. I guess it must be catching up to her. Aww. After moving the lamp a bit further away just to be safe, I grab a blanket from nearby and drape it across Juliet's shoulders. She doesn't react, but I can see it rise and fall with her steady breathing. There's something that feels odd about seeing Juliet asleep, and it takes me a moment to realize what it is. I'm not used to seeing her look so relaxed. With her eyes closed and sloppy posture, she doesn't look guarded or elegant or any of the other words that would usually describe her. Instead, she looks like anyone else when they're asleep. Somehow, it's nice to see, and I wish she could be this open when she's awake sometimes, too. I gently take the pen from her and set it aside, doing my best to keep the blanket from sliding off her. Then I lean forward and blow the candle out.
Good night.
I whisper into the darkness before tiptoeing out of the room, spending my last of my time before bed by myself. I'm warm. That's the first thought that comes into my head as I wake up. Not just the normal warmth of my bed and covers, but there's something else. Something different. Aw, Juliet snuggled up with her. I groggily open my eyes and look around, but nothing appears any different. When I roll over to my side, my necklace bumps against my chest. This captor just keeps going, I know, right? Like, it is getting unbearably warm in here. I would like to go outside and, like, cool off. That's when I realized the source. Oh, okay, it's not... Damn. I was hoping Juliet had snuggled up with her, which would have been cute, but it's her bead. Not only has its glow gotten brighter, but when I simply hold my hand near it, I can feel heat emanating. I'm almost afraid to touch it, but when I finally do, it feels as cool as ever to my fingers. There is something else that's different about it, though. A crack runs across it, so thin that I have to rub my eyes several times just to be able to see it. I could almost mistake it for a hair or something, except I can feel that it's not. When I put my fingertip over the tiny fracture, my skin tingles, almost like a static shock. I can tell, either by instinct or touch, that the crack isn't surface level or caused by some damage. Instead, it comes from within, from something trying to get out. My heart starts to race, obliterating any lingering sleepiness. It still isn't ready, but it's getting closer. Soon it'll be time. Chunho, Skyfox. My instincts tell me that's my destiny, even if I don't know what it entails. I have mixed feelings about that, but mostly... I think this is an important one. I don't want my current life to change. That thought doesn't really make me feel excited or hopeful. Instead, it feels like another outside force, pushing and pulling me along without any say in the matter. Really hope the bead explodes and everyone remembers everything they went through with her. Well, I can tell you that doesn't happen in Aspen's route. Don't know about this one. My life has become more uncertain, even as it's gotten more routine. Aspen and her memories, Juliet and the underworld, me and my magic. It's all so much. I hate to admit it, but part of me misses the simpler days of my life. Even when they weren't easy, even if survival wasn't a struggle. At least they made sense. Now I spend so much time wondering and worrying. I know half-truths without knowing why I know them.
It's too early for all this.
Big same, Miho. As soon as you wake up, you should not be dealing with existential bullshit. Not that there would be a better time later. Still, I know that if I let myself think about these things for too long, I'll just start spiraling. Instead, I make myself get up and out of bed. For a small relief, the warmth from my bead has dissipated, just like it wanted me to notice it. It's still bright and still cracked, but at least it isn't uncomfortable. After freshening up, I go downstairs, where I'm surprised to find an empty kitchen. Juliet isn't around, nor our breakfast or any dishes. I don't mind not having food prepared for me, but it is pretty odd. I go back upstairs and knock on her study door, but there's no answer. When I peek inside, I see the blanket I put around Juliet neatly draped across her chair, as well as the teapot that I filled for her on the desk. There's no Juliet, though. I try her bedroom as well, but it's also empty.
Juliet?
I call out her name, but it just echoes around the empty building with no response.
Weird.
I go back to the kitchen and then her study to confirm one thing. Her parasol is gone. Oh yeah, it's even off the wall there. Cute. She must have gone out somewhere. I grab some ingredients from the fridge and throw a pan onto the stove to make myself breakfast. I've never done it before, but I've seen Juliet cook enough times that it shouldn't be too hard. I prepare some eggs and toast, the same thing we usually have.
Not too bad.
The steaming meal isn't as tasty as what Juliet makes, but it's edible at least. The eggs are kind of rubbery, and the toast is more like slightly warm bread, but I eat it all anyway. Either way, I'm proud of myself for making it, and I'm proud of you too, Miho. As I'm finishing up, I feel something buzzing near my side, and it takes me a moment to realize it's my phone. I fish it out to see that I have a message from Juliet. Good morning. Are you awake? Aww. Yeah, I made food. Sorry I didn't cook for you. I'm at the mountain. Would you like to join me? Oh, what's she doing at the mountain? I mean, probably work stuff, clearly. Typing out each message is slow going, and judging by how long it takes for Juliet to respond, it's not easy for her either. I'm sure Aspen would have done it in half the time, or like, 2 seconds. Still, it's a surprise to hear Juliet's up on Mount Victoria, especially at this sunny hour. I'm sure I'll find out why soon. After cleaning up after myself, I finish opening the library and then head over to the mountain myself. It isn't hard to find Juliet up top when I get there. Her parasol stands out over the heads of the other early morning hikers as she waits for me on a bench.
Morning.
Hello, Miho.
I sit down beside Juliet, and she adjusts her parasol to give me some extra shade, too.
I woke up and was surprised you weren't around. I didn't think you'd be here of all places.
When I left this morning, I had only intended to drop off the documents I finished preparing last night. But by then, it was nearly sunrise, so I thought to come up here and enjoy that. Sorry for falling asleep so suddenly last night. I appreciate you taking care of me, though.
That's fine. It was nice to be able to do something for you for once. Even if that was just bringing you a blanket.
Not just for once. You bring me joy just by being around.
I nuzzle against her, not caring that we're in public.
Still, it seemed like a weird time for you to fall asleep.
Yes. I've been having some trouble sleeping lately, I must admit. I catch a few hours here and there when I can.
I noticed. I've been hearing you around the house more often. Do you know why?
This and that. A lot on my mind.
I know what you mean. But hey, you said you finished your research project, right? So, you'll be starting a new one now?
Actually, I won't. There haven't been any new requests.
Really? I thought you had tons of them.
I've been working through my backlog for a while, but I just finished the last of them.
Oh.
Juliet and her research just go together in my head. I know it's how she spends most of her free time when we're not together. It's hard to picture her without something to work on.
You'll probably get some new ones soon, right?
Perhaps.
There's a tinge of sadness in her voice. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, especially if she's thinking about leaving soon. It would make sense for her to not want to start new ones. To change the subject, I hop to my feet and stroll over to the tall metal binoculars by the railing. Juliet stands up too and follows me. I feed a couple of coins into the device and then press my eyes into it, looking out at the city. It's been a while since I've done this, and so I recognize it a lot more now than I did before.
What do you see?
There's the skyport. That one's easy to find. And there's the bell house. Hi, Aspen.
Okay.
I can see some of the gardens from here, too. They're really pretty even from this far away.
I step away and gesture towards Juliet.
Wanna look?
Juliet hesitates for a moment, but then steps forward and takes my place. I jerk the view around quickly to pick things out, but Juliet maneuvers it slowly and methodically, like she's inspecting every inch of Wellington.
How about you? What do you see?
She's quiet for a second.
There's Diana's house, where I just dropped off those papers this morning. Close by is a park where she used to take her children to play. They're all grown up now, though. We're lamenting that together. Oh, Heaven Sent is a flower shop that used to sell the most beautiful bouquets. I can just see their roof from here. It's since become a restaurant, but I recognize the bright blue on top.
That's a cute name for a flower shop.
What else? Braylon Primary, just near the library. That's where Cassette went to school. There's also...
With a whir and a click, the binoculars run out of time, and Juliet moves away from that.
Oops. I suppose that's that. That was quite nice, though. I haven't seen several of those places in many years.
Glad you liked it.
Although she's smiling, I'm not actually sure she means it. Something suddenly makes sense to me. Something I should have expected, but only now understand. She saw Wellington that doesn't exist anymore. One that I could never see, no matter how long I looked.
Well, I do believe I should be heading back. I'm sure I'll be itchy from all this sun, even with the shade. Will you be accompanying me?
Oh. Yeah, let's go.
Her abrupt decision to leave feels painfully expected alongside what I just realized. It's twice in a row that I managed to make her feel bad by accident, even though I know I didn't do anything wrong. I had planned to tell her about the new changes to my bead, but it doesn't feel like the right time. It would just be another thing to weigh on her mind. I slip my hand into Juliet's as we walk. Even with the subdued mood, it's nice to feel her so close to me. I hope she feels the same way too. Okay. Legit, I am close to reaching my limit. So we'll do this bit with Lena. We'll do the bit right after. Because there's usually a story bit right after a, like a side character thing. And even if the chapter doesn't fucking end, I'm gonna call it there. I'm getting very sleepy. God, the worst part is I'm wide the fuck awake now, and I just want to be cold. The rehearsals for the play carry on regularly over the month. We have at least one every week, and sometimes more. Although I don't go to every single one of them, I go to lots. Aspen and Juliet are probably more excited about it than I am, and always encourage me before I go. Even though I've told them several times, I'm not really participating that much. Out of the entire cast, there's definitely no one who works as hard as Lena and Cyrus do. Not only do those two have the most lines, but they have the most energy too. Which is really funny hearing about Cyrus. Considering how quiet Cyrus is when he's not acting, watching and hearing him perform with so much emotion is like seeing a whole new person. Wow, it's almost like... I was about to say, it's almost like I've done this before, but I've only done like the Lena bit. Even though the play is until December, more than a month away, neither of them ever slack off. When I'm there, I sometimes help out with things like organizing the props or handing out refreshments. The actual performance will be on a real stage, but we haven't been able to use one for practice yet. Sometimes I do have to perform my part, which mostly means standing still in my costume, but sometimes having to move around. I'm not totally sure why they don't just use fake trees, but it's okay. You have central air. We do too at our place. It's just the way that my computer area is set up is like away from any windows and ventilation. So it gets so warm because I've got pot lights, I've got my PC, I've got 2 computer monitors and a large LCD TV that between all of that generates a shitload of heat. Although I wasn't exactly looking forward to being part of this at first, the more time I spend at rehearsals, the more fun I have. Even though I have to meet most of the cast every time, they're all pretty friendly and easy to get along with, and I can even see improvement that happens every week. Everyone is getting better, not just Lena and Cyrus. Occasionally, other people in the park will stop by and watch for a bit, and they always clap or cheer when we're done when they leave. Overall, the play is a nice distraction from the worries of my everyday life. It's nice to have one thing I don't have to stress about. There's still a long way to go, but I know that just means we'll improve even more before the real thing. Surprising even myself, I'm looking forward to showing everyone just how hard we've been working. Fuck off, Silver. You know what? It literally just hit 1 a.m. I have been going for 5 hours. I need to stop. We didn't hit the end of the chapter, which is a little annoying, but I did not expect it to go as long as it has. And Silver can wait until next week. Silver returns to the library, letting Miho in on a secret. Also, that's a cute portrait of Juliet. Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah. I am calling it for tonight because I'm toast. Can you do toast in an oven? Don't care, you can now. Hope you get some good sleep and cool off. Oh my god, I had a fucking 3-hour nap today because I only got like 4 hours of sleep last night. So I'm probably going to be awake for a while. It's called a roast, but then it's not toast. Toast is toast, toast is toast, toast. Yeah, wow. You can tell the heat's getting to me. My brain's just going like... But yeah, thanks for sticking it out with me for so long. Considering I thought that oven in, out hot, eat in the food. Yeah, I thought Women Wednesday was going to be like the short one of the week and, you know, wouldn't go for as long, and then it goes longer. Okay. Well, thank you again for sticking it out with me. We'll be doing Kingdom Hearts tomorrow night instead, and then next Monday's Digimon stream is going to be on Tuesday. I hope. I'm only coming home on like Tuesday morning after being out all weekend, because it's a long weekend up here. So we'll see if I'm able to do that. Something to wind down to? Hell yeah. Well, thank you again, everyone, for sticking it out. I will see y'all tomorrow, and I hope everyone manages to get some good sleep.